No one can stop me on my way straight to victory. Fire, thunder, the blizzard, air or water. Here comes the quake. All the magic sight waiting just for me. Now I'm super lucky. Can't escape your doom. Oh no, no, Reaper. Bahamut looms above. Straight to the top all the way. What a fine day for a race. Ifrit, Shiva, and Amu, all the summons tearing up the track with you. Sylph, Titan, and then there's Asura. There's even the almighty Leviathan. What kind of course is it today? What kind of awesome rides await? On your mark, get set, super starting boost. Crystals everywhere. Activation, rich ability. Detonation, position dropping down, but I can't give up. The finish line's right ahead. Can't escape your doom. Oh no, no, Reaper. Bahamut looms above. Oh, victory will be mine. What a wonderful day for a race.
Passing to the other side of the door that nobody knows. I've been singing a song of prayers all by myself. My heart is mourning, fearing, exploding and hoping there's no way I'll begin.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here. It's my time. Fuck! I can never find myself a time. There I am! Hello! Oh my god, I hate it when it flashes. I'm so fucking paranoid. Every time anything... I'm like the most fucking weird, anxious person on the computer. Anytime anything flashes, or I see like a reflection of something out of the corner of my eye, I think the most horrible shit is like coming up like, oh my god, are, like random files displaying? I think I talked about this like a stream or two ago. I don't know why it's gotten worse lately. I do know why. Because I had a nightmare about it. I had a nightmare that felt very realistic about like bad shit that doesn't even exist on my fucking computer. Just being projected on stream for some reason. But hello? Welcome. We are we're doing more Paper Mario tonight. And we're doing what I think, in my memory, from when I played through most of this game as a kid when it first came out. I remember this being like the fucking sickest part. I feel like this is one of the parts of the game that everyone remembers and references. And that is Glitzville. I imagine everyone here knows what we're about to do. But just in case there's anybody seeing this like totally blind, even blinder than, I mean, I say even blinder than I am. I just didn't finish the game. I got almost all the way through it. Point is, I'm not gonna say any more about that. But we're not just doing Paper Mario today. After the stream, I don't know, we'll go for maybe 3 or 4 hours tonight. I'll just see how I feel, see what feels like a good natural stopping place. But once we're done with Paper Mario today, we're gonna move to the Discord. Put that in chat right now, ! Discord. We're doing a kind of special movie night. We're gonna watch the first 6 episodes of Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, the sequel to the original Mobile Suit Gundam. We've kind of watched the movies of that in stream. I played a bunch of Gundam games, and I have an upcoming kind of special, you know, I've talked about before, I got a bunch of new stream assets made. We're gonna kind of totally revamp the way the whole channel looks, and it's gonna be really nice. A friend of mine did a very, very good job. It took a while. And I've had a specific game in mind that I've wanted to stream, but we're waiting until that's ready, and now it is. That means now I just got to do a little movie night to show y'all the beginning of Zeta Gundam to kind of ease us into that. But maybe next week we'll be finally busting that out, and you'll be, you know, saying goodbye to all this behind me. But anyway, I hope everyone's having a good day. Hope everyone's been having a good week. Like I said, only gonna go for about 3 or 4 hours, so let's just dive right in. Let's just kill the music. Let's get right on into to some Paper Mario. By the way, again, like always, let me know if everything's looking and sounding fine. You know, going in between capture card and not capture card. Hold on, I'm gonna close this because I want to see how the title screen changed. And you know, the audio sync and stuff. Let me know how all that is sounding. There shouldn't be any, what do you call it? Compression stuff going on for the game. But if there is, please let me know. We'll skip this. It is a shame this doesn't have like a really fun intro that you want to rewatch like the first game did. You know, where it like shows all the characters running around, the music. Yeah, there we go. One more character. Looking good, Smart. Is it sounding fine? No weird like, you know. I guess there's no way to tell if it's out of sync or not, but so long as the compressor isn't going off. But I mean, I turned it off, so it shouldn't be. You know, right, left, down, no, down, up, down, up, down, up. Should all be fine. If it's not, someone will say something. And if no one says anything, then enjoy the bad stream. Alright, so when we left off, it's all good? Thank you. Oh, my TV's a little loud. When we left off, we were doing a bunch of side quests. I think maybe we'll do like 1 or 2 more before we head to our... No, I remember. We need to get a ticket for like the blimp, but we need to go through Don Pianta for that, I think. That's like the story goal we're on. Oh, we were knocking out a bunch of these. Oh, we only have 2 left. We might as well do them both. Listen to me from Mayor Croup. Someone please come talk to me, please. I'm waiting at the Pink House in Petalburg. I mean, yeah, this seems easy. Do it and do it right. Oh, so hi, Osgo. Right. We got a fast travel thing over here. I think we could just go back through here. No. Well, let's check with this guy. Oh, we have none. Okay, never mind. Got a little cat over here, purring at me. Do I just go through here? No, wait, I'm misremembering. I think it's... There's like a special pipe that opened up in the main square. I'm in the wrong area. We go too long in between these streams, but... It is what it is. Once we beat Daily Premonition this weekend, which I'm very excited and nervous for, probably gonna have a lot more time to devote to this and some other stuff. All right, climb up, climb up, climb up if you're climbing up. Don't like put your paws up on me and then just walk away. Come on. This fucking guy's not making up his mind. Okay, jump up. Hold on, I'm about to pick this motherfucker up. Come on. Climb up, boy. He's trying to figure it out. This fat fuck. Come on, just climb. You're a cat, just climb. Just use your muscle power. Oh my god, I'm picking him up. Come here. Come here. Apologize. Apologize to everyone for being here. All right. I don't know if his purring's gonna be coming through the mic, but he's right here. All right. Worrying about the mayor lately. He's been so darn forgetful. He says he's always been forgetful. Yeah, ever since he was a kid, he says. Guess I never should have worried, right? Seriously, what a waste of brain power. But now I think on it, maybe I'm getting forgetful. Now I'm worried about me. Oh, Coops is doing well. I'm awfully worried. He's fine. He'll live. You know what? As long as we're here. Can we do it? Do you have to hit a specific one? Yeah, there we go. Get that turtly leaf. Well, Murphy, you must have gotten my request. Good, good. Truth be told, I've been a touch lonely here with no one to talk to. I love his fucking talk, thanks. Oh, shit. One old man interrupting another. Here we go. What's the wisdom? What's the wisdom that's so much more important than this old man's story?
I have nothing.
Terrific. All right. Well, thank you, fishing master. Be gone. Okay. That's all the wisdom for today, I guess. Since you're here, why don't you relax with me for a bit? Indulge in old Koopa. Ooh, tell you the truth. Got a few things to say about kids these days. The tempers are too short for their own good, for one. Makes you want to give them a good stern finger wagging. I was shopping at the Toad Bros Bazaar the other day. Oh, I forgot about how nice it is, like, the doors laying flat, like, you know, just pop-up book shit. I'm, like, really taken in, like, how clearly made of, like, paper and cardboard everything is here. Like, this really just looks like a little paper craft area. It's really nice. The first game didn't have that as much, did it? It was more just 3D environments with the paper characters running around, right? While shopping at the Toad Bros Bazaar the other day, I tried to pay and my coin purse was stuck closed, and the kid behind me said, "Hey, geezer, want to pay so we can get out of here before the sun goes down?" Now, I may be a geezer, but sundown was clearly taking longer than I was. Clearly! Speaking of sundown reminds me of dating the missus back before she was the missus. Always had to have her home by sundown. Yes, sir. Her pa was an absolute maniac. Yeah, I'd keep my eyes on the sun and go and off the face of my missus. Gentlemanly, eh? Actually, it was sort of awkward, kind of blinding in a painful sort of way. Yeah, just think about it, makes me feel awkward. Isn't memory grand? That's not what I was talking about. Now, where was I? Oh, that's right, kids today. They know nothing about patience, I tell you. I want to stand up and yell, "Hey, you punks, be more patient right now!" Is that a clip of what just happened? Like, my thing isn't updating, and for some reason I think OBS is like fucked, the chat part of it. It's like not loading thumbnails or anything for Twitch stuff. Be more patient right now! Speaking of which, I think I proclaimed my love for the missus in a loud voice. Well, thank you for the clip. Yep, she was leaving on a train and I yelled at her from the platform, like in a movie. Now, what was it that I yelled to her? Something about her shell, maybe? Oh, wait, I think I've strayed from my main point again. Or wait, did I? Anyhow, me and the missus were madly in love. Head over shells, I tell you. No, wait, my point was something about kids today, right? Oh, whatever. Oh, my dear sweet missus, the way you combed my eyebrows. Such tenderness. Huzzah? Oh, sorry, I got distracted there. Anyway, you get my point. Sorry I had to listen to all that. Wasn't too boring, though, I'd wager. I'm just happy to get a little FaceTime with the youth today. Oops, I forgot to set out the tea. And I an old ninny. My apologies. In fact, I haven't even added the hot water part. Awful sorry. Oh, he gives you one, too. Yeah, boy, if you cook a Yeah, boy! If you cook a turtley leaf, you could make some amazing tea. Or if you change your mind, you can come back and listen to me yap anytime. Is that like an alternate way of getting the leaves? Like if you don't realize you can get them from the plants outside, you can just listen to him? Hold on, I'm legit curious. Will he just... Who's that? Who's there? What do you want? You dirty thief, I'll poke you about good. Come get some! Oh, if it isn't Murphy! I've been Murphy. I'm good as ever. Got my health and my long, long life. No, okay. Oh, this cat is loving it. He's loving it. He's much more cuddly and comfortable in my lap than Cotton is. This guy I'm watching. He's also like fucking huge. Let's store some leaves. Have I checked behind the store's sign? Oh, do you mean like the, Oh yeah, I know all about this. I think we've already seen the new one. Oh wait, no, maybe we haven't seen it. We're after that squishy little puny guy. I miss him. Sniff. Toadette, the animal lover. I guess we hadn't checked it for today. Yeah, I remembered this from, like, I think both Paper Mario game, the first two both have this. Where there's, like, a sign that updates, and if you check the back, there's, like, graffiti that gets added. I think we had forgotten to check it in between chapters this time. Alright, probably can't get anything here. Hammerman. Oh my god. Have to. Have to. Funny sounds? I have to. Gotta try it. Alright. I guess let's just try the other, that last side quest, and then we'll move on with the story. I do want to try to move at a good clip tonight. Since I have a, you know, more or less a set limit on how long the stream's gonna be. Help my daddy from Pine T Jr. Need you to save my dad. I'll be waiting at the entrance to the Pit of 100 Trials beneath Rogueport. If you help me, I'll give you my treasurer's reward. A member's card for Piano Paro. Pine T Jr.'s trouble? Yes. Force perspective trick of that one wall works better now. Yeah, it's been so long since I played, like, it's been 20 years since I played the original, so I really, like, do not fully remember the, you know... It's like, there's gotta be, like, a spot where if you stand, it's just impossible. I think, I guess there's no spot where it's impossible to see, but, like, right about here is, like, as good as it gets. Oh. And they're taking me away. So this is gonna make me go into the Pit of 100 Trials. And I already ate all the blackberries I got for a snack. Before you could see the difference in lighting, oh yeah, that would really give it away. Let me see if I remember how to get anywhere here. Maybe go up and fly across. What is my phone doing? Sorry, I just did that fucking thing where like a bunch of alerts that happened like an hour ago suddenly went off for no reason. Right. We go over here and we fly. I always really like hearing, like, what's different in this version. I mean, anytime I'm playing, like, a weird remake or remaster or anything, I always like hearing about that stuff. It's one of the most fun parts. I think I need to not be moving. Oh, no, do move. Okay. Because it has been 20 years. Alright, what do you want, little boy? What's Toadette have to say about you, little boy? That's Pine T Jr. asked us to find his dad. Hey, guy! Took out my trouble? Oh, thank the stars, this is just terrible! My dad went to the Pit of 100 Trials and he never came out. He lost his job and said the only way to support us was the pit's treasure. I don't need the treasure, I just want my dad back. Please help him. Do you know how deep he went? Dad, did you find my dad? Not yet, then. I know he didn't go all the way down. I mean, he'd never make it. Please help my dad. Okay, let's go. We've already been a little bit into here. I gotta remember the stylish things. It's... Hell yeah. I'm drowning in the XP. That's what I need. Oh, is this guy random? Hey, what's up? I'm over. I know a few things about getting through this dungeon. For a few coins, I can move you wherever you want to go. Where you want to go? I don't think I want to do this, because if I'm looking for someone, I need to check every floor. I can't imagine there are more than 10 floors in. For, like, a Chapter 2 side. Although... Chapter... you know... Hang on. There we go. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck him up. Mario's big style. Hell yeah, the super guard. Mario's stylish jump is so funny. I hope when we find him, we can just go straight to the entrance. You know, I have to find him and then find a mover. Nope. An alarm for something going off. Okay, we do this. Oh, they're gonna throw a bone, so it won't matter. Fuck him up. We can handle this no problem. I do wish the thing would pop up like while I was still able to move around, but it's fine. If there's 100 of these floors, I'm gonna want it to go a lot faster. You are not the dad! My camera, I guess? Oh, that's not gonna go down the line. Okay, maybe we can get some perfects off of here. Nope. Too slow. Okay, that's good. Too slow again. Or maybe too fast? I'm fucking it up. Oh, I'm fucking up the... I gotta stop trying for the perfect all the time. At least we're getting some coins out of it. And a mushroom. It's really weird that they go from, like, a group of a bunch of fuzzies, like 4 fuzzies, to 1 stronger Goomba. Almost shocked these guys don't count as weak enough for the instant, like, skip thing. Another one of these. I keep forgetting the hammer's not gonna do... Well, hey, whatever works. win is a win. I wonder if there's a more reliable way to get the backdrop to fall, or if it really is just kind of random based on, you know, you swing the hammer. Because all they've said so far in-game is that sometimes it'll happen. I wonder if maybe stronger moves are more likely to trigger it or something. Okay, hang on. Let's start with the lowest level. Make sure I tattle any enemies we haven't seen before, okay? Hit him for this. Mario loves to be stylish. Let's do... No. I know what we're doing. Hit this guy. So that doesn't fuck us over. And you do... Wait, no. Power shot. Fuck yeah. Koops, that's so cool. I feel like Koops is the best stylish one. It's like, they're the coolest, but Mario's are funny. His, like, weird, just... It feels like weird video game taunting shit, which it is, but, you know. Like, Koops is a fluid, like, he switches into breakdancing. Goombella, you know, winks, or, you know, Madame Flurry will, like, blow a kiss or whatever. But then Mario's just, like, fucking frame perfect, just snapping into, like, poses. In a very goofy way that I enjoy. Yeah, the body splash, it's so good. It's so silly looking. Because there's like, you know, a lot of animations in this don't have, like, you know, an in-between. But it's such a crazy pose to instantly switch to. Like, look right now and compare, if I can pull them off, compare the difference here. I'll try to get Koops. Yeah, see, it like flows, and then Mario's just like, no, just change. Hell yeah. He's trying to get the high one, but... I love how silly and cute Mario looks in this. It's wonderful. Oh, I miss that he poses after the spin. Oh, fuck! Is this the 10th? Oh, this is the first time we've gone this deep. You really are just hanging out in here, huh? With your jam and jelly. God, having the fact that we'll have 50 FP at some point feels outrageous. That's too bad. It's all rare, hot stuff. Alright, leave me alone. What is in here? I didn't think we'd get incremental rewards. Sleepy Stone Badge. Okay, so we do get badges for just getting as far as we can in here. That's cool. Let's keep looking for that daddy. It's a secondary stylish command when you gotta hold it until he's almost out of a minimum zone, then tapping it. Oh my god, that sounds really hard. Oh no, I'm losing. That was a new enemy. I think we hadn't had the flying one before. Yeah, I'll need to use like the tutorial badge for whatever that is. Low enough? It is. I'm actually getting a little bit of experience off these guys, too. Fuck. You know what? We're gonna finish them off anyway. Let's do Sweet Treat. Fuck, come on! You gotta be kidding me. The first one I hit is the poison. is my worst sweet treat ever. Oh my god, no. No. No, come on. I'm surprised how deep we have to go here. Alright, bring Goombella, 'cause I think we're gonna get some new enemies. Look at this fella. Okay, we're gonna need to hit them with something. Keep forgetting it's an attack, but first. That's a Paragloomba. It's a Gloomba with wings. Next HP is 7, attack is 3, and defense is 0. It's like a stronger version of Paragoomba. Maybe that's all there is to it. I wonder if living down here ever makes its wings molt. Yuck! Too gross to even think about. Black. Alright, I think a Quake Hammer should finish these guys off. Darn, I tried to do the perfect. Could be good. Oh. Could have used that one. I'm looking forward to later in the game when we can actually try to go through this whole thing. Oh, shit. It's a damn Pokey! We're getting totally new stuff now. That's a Pokey. It's a cactus ghoul that's got nasty spines all over its body. Max HP is 4, attack is 3, and defense is 0. Look at those spines. Those would totally hurt. If you stomp on it, you'll regret it. Pokeys attack by lobbing parts of their bodies and by charging at you. They can even call friends for help, so be quick about taking them out. Okay, I kind of remembered that attack. Oh, but we got this. It's not too strong. Cloud guy? I cannot believe how deep we have to go for this side quest. I thought this would be real quick. No, I don't need to do that. I'm trying to do her like wink before she jumps, but I'm messing it up. Oh. Okay, you know what? Fuck you then. I just won't. All that, and it only brought up... I guess it does 1 point of damage for however many, you know, times you succeed that QTE. How deep are we? Alright, gonna be 15... Come on, this has to be it. 15... Solid 5... Number of 5s. Come on. You're kidding me. Oh, Jesus, I should have saved that for this. Probably want to use an item here. Yeah, fuck it. Lightning. I just didn't want to deal with those damn pokies. Give me lots of money. I didn't even notice. I forgot that we equipped this. Oh my god, we're still going with this? We should bring in Coops. No! I really fucked that up. Okay, let's, do I want a sweet treat or use an item? Let's use an item. Fuck. I should just be doing normal guards. Oh, come on. Oh, come on! Oh! Alright, get in the back. We got a sweet treat. Why did I hesitate? Okay, not terrible. Well, we might level up by the time we're out of here. I better just find this damn toad. I cannot believe how far this is going. I haven't somehow fucked up and missed him, have I? They would do that. He has to be, like, obvious when you see him. Fucked up there, but it didn't matter. Really fucked up there. Did not fuck up there. Oh, it's just charging up. Kill him. Kill him! Okay, I have an idea. I'm gonna Sweet Treat again, and then we're gonna use a Shell Shield. Come on. Oh, I hit them both! Still good, still good. First time using this. Oh! Oh, I see. The shell just takes damage. Oh, the way he pokes out is super fun. You know what? Power Shell. There he is! There's a beaten up toad lying on the ground. Oh shit, that's a really good item. But is it going to activate for them? It does, okay. That's a shame. Power Shell. Let's hit this guy. Probably could have gotten a perfect off of that. Let's do a, power bounce. Fuck, come on! I'm so bad at that. Good luck getting any girl to fucking look at me. I can do fine on the normal one. Oh, it's the worst feeling in the world to fuck the power bounce up. Especially when you fuck it up right away. And you do less than like a normal jump's worth of damage. I made all the way to level 18. There's a beaten up me lying on the ground. Huh? What? Who are you? That's a really good gag. Wah! Wow, did you come here just to save me? Really? Pine Tea Jr. did? Wow, in that case, I have to get back to him alive. Show me the way out. What should you guys say to this fucking guy? That's Pine Tea Sr. the Toad. He's the father of Pine Tea Jr. asked us to help him out. You gotta help Pine Tea Sr. quickly for his son's sake. Alright, well, we just gotta make it to floor 20. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, this looks easy. Ah, come on. Oh my god, him like screaming and freaking out. Okay, we just need to... Oh, let's switch. Just appeal. Get some star power. Oh, I forgot I have charge. I keep forgetting. But we haven't really needed it here. They love us. I'm never ready for that. I'm not even sure if we could actually... I'm sure you must be able to defend against that, at least partially. Hey, we're level up! Honestly, I think at this point I could use a little bit of HP for Mario. So I think we're gonna go with that this time. Yeah, let's do HP. Okay, we'll probably get another badge down here. Hell yeah, here we go. Hey, the exit. Okay, Piney Jr., I'm on my way home. Fire drive badge. Attack all ground enemies while ignoring defense. Also burns them. Holy shit. It takes 3. I want to. I'm gonna try charge, and I might, you know. Yeah, made to level 20. Nice. My dad's back. Sorry for troubling you. Guess health and family really are the most important things. You know? Look for new work. I've got to be strong for my dear son. Thank you so much. I owe you my treasure as a reward. It's really important to me. I know things are important to my dad, so here. Silver card. Excuse us, and really thank you so very much. Solve the trouble. Let's get out of here. God, I've been playing so much Pokemon Pure Green that, like, I was like, all right, time to use my pocket Abra and warp back to the inn. No, I gotta walk. Can't just warp. Okay, that took much longer than I expected. Let's hit the inn. Oh, you know what? I think I will want to take a short early break in a second. Right after we hit the inn, just so I can let the dog out. And I'll like, she likes it when someone's out there with her, so I will, you know, be away for, like, not long. Not long at all. But I gotta let her out. Can I hit this? If I flurry like blow on this guy. Nothing. Alright, they don't react to anything but Mario's hammer. I'll use an end coupon. Wait, what? Am I fully rested? Oh, I leveled up, didn't I? I leveled up and that healed me. Right, I forgot. Nice of them to, you know, stop me from wasting that. Alright. Time for a short break, just so I can let the dog out. And when I get right back, we're gonna keep going with Paper Mario for another 2 or 3 hours. Maybe close to 3 since the side quest thing took so long, and this part's gonna be... Oh, this part's so fucking good. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Let's go. And we gon' ride. We gon' ride. And we gon' ride. We gon' ride. And we gon' ride. And we gon' ride. We gon' ride. We gon' ride. Yeah, and they saying he the best to get it. He don't spit it, he reliving his life with it. He don't pivot, he straight line of sight with it. He never dull, he rhyme into the knife with it. Yeah, and he pass trying to price it. It's way out of your range, you feel like you just cut a check for the price of your life. And maybe I can get you a little something on the licenses. Been a long time coming. The squad ready, the whole world is something. He's so deadly with it, but so young that it's damn near impossible to see him coming. Yeah, until you see them lanes running, trying to get out of the way of the gunning. The shots fired when the dude get it right. As soon as you catch a line, boy, that heart rate coming. Let's go. And we gon' ride. 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 Pay attention, my dude, we on that real talk. It's dope beats, hot lines, run a real walk. The style is different though, I thought it necessary. The flex words and I'm showing the flow varies. Yeah, so rock with it, gotta use your mind. I'm kinda nice with the words, boy, I'm on the grind. It's heavy hitting time and your dude up the back. It's guaranteed yard, every line, break it back. And when they scream and instead they call, I stand tall, throwing heat at them until they fall. Until they call me off, but I've been doing that. A soldier for the battle to show me where it's at. And watch me lay him down. See, we don't play around. We move it how we feel and get it by the pound. The flow got me going off of them tracks, man. It's live watch and they gotta bring it back. Go. And we gon' ride. 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 Yeah, and they saying he the best to get it. He don't spit it, he reliving his life with it. He don't pivot, he straight line of sight with it. He never dull, he rhyme into the knife with it. Yeah, and he pass trying to price it. It's way out of your range, you feel like you just cut a check for the price of your life. And maybe I can get you a little something on the licenses. Been a long time coming. The squad ready, the whole world is something. He's so deadly with it, but so young that it's damn near impossible to see him coming. Yeah, until you see them lanes running, trying to get out of the way of the gunning. The shots fired when the dude get it right. As soon as you catch a line, boy, that heart rate coming. Go. And we gon' ride. And we gon' ride. And we gon' ride. And we gon' ride. We gon' ride.
Fight the powers that be. Gotta get this. Reckless, got a checklist when I wreck it. Think before you get in the way. Ain't no exception. Sure you can lay. Infectious, yet the freshest and I'm restless. Check this. What you mess with is a death wish. Let's get ready cause you can't stop mine. Chainsaw, stop sign on your back blind side. Roll like a tank. Hit like a tank. Laugh all the way with the money to the bank. Crush, kill, destroy your opponent. I'm a survivor. Only component. Zoning. Gotta make it to the next moment. Roman. Seeing who I'm gonna hit. Honing. Pinpoint accurate. Laser aim in the system. But I ain't playing your games. S to the U to the R to the V to the I to the V to the A to the L. Defense, be through. Defense, be through. S to the U to the R to the V to the I to the V to the A to the L. Defense, be through. Defense, be through. To the victor, golden spoils. Walk the thermometer, blood will boil. Down I'ma ride, and I don't hide. Rock to the death, I will survive. You don't wanna get a little taste of Jack, so face the facts and break them back, so shake the tax. Run through, hit 1, 2, 3, 4 down at the same time. Be damned if I lose and they try to take mine. Gotta get cash, COD on arrival. I will take the spot in your title. Rifle, blast ya, strike like asthma. Give me my space, yeah. Fight cause I have to, so I'm a slasher. If you wanna chase, yeah, I won't leave a trace, yeah. S to the U to the R to the V to the I to the V to the A to the L. Defense, be through. Defense, be through. S to the U to the R to the V to the I to the V to the A to the L. Defense, be through. Defense, be through. ukulele. Infectious, yet the freshest, and I'm restless. Check this, what you mess with is a death wish. Let's get ready, cause you can't stop mine. Chainsaw, stop sign on your back, blind side. Roll like a tank, hit like a tank. Now fall away with the money to the bank. Crush, kill, destroy your opponent. I'm a survivor, only component. Zoning, gotta make it to the next morning. Roman, seeing who I'm gonna hit, honing. Pinpoint accurate, laser aim in the system, but I ain't playing your games. S to the U to the R to the V to the I to the V to the A to the L. Defense, be through. Defense, be through. S to the U to the R to the V to the I to the V to the A to the L. Defense, be through. Defense, be through.
I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Let's get right back into it. We are all done with our side quests. And so, it's time to get into some crime shit. So we can get to GLITZVILLE. Okay, so I'm trying to remember where... I think their hideout is like... Wait a minute. No, I can't jump up there yet. I think the hideout is just through here. God, I guess I was thinking about some fucking... Sorry, mosquito flying at me. Some fucking YouTube Shorts thumbnail. It's like this shot here. It's like over 90, 1,000, 10,000 players never see this. And it's just like this. I don't know what they're actually showing there, but... Because I didn't fucking click on it. You know. Alright. Snail boy. You want something, chump? This is the fortune of the robo-thieves. You lost? What business brings a chump like you to a place like this? Say it ain't vacation. God, mosquitoes are eating me up out there. What's that? You wanna meet that lion, cheat and steal, no good jerky for brains Don Pianta? Real thieves like us end up poor as dirt, never catching a break because of that guy. Do you not have like a huge feast behind you? Did you come here knowing all that? You know that scumbag demands protection money from us too, yeah? You know all that and you still want us to tell you about how you can meet that crumb? Fine, Mr. Insensitive Jerk, but it'll cost you 64 coins. No budget on the price, not a single coin. Inside info is pricey. Them's the breaks. Forget you. What? Oh, fine, I get it. Don't want to pay, huh? Fine, no pay, no way, I say. Come back when you're ready to stop being a cheapskate. Make it cheaper. I'm pouring laughter into your mouth. What? You gotta be kidding me. Am I hearing you right? I could've sworn you said... Did me tell you how to meet Don Pianta, the scum of the earth? It'll cost you... Okay, fine. You'll pay? Really? No. What? You gonna pay me or are you not gonna pay me? Make up your mind. You off talking to me like nothing happened, like there was no whooping. Yeah, guys get real cool and you win, but when you lose, you're all wah. Hey, we don't have much here. Make yourself at home if you want. This screams like I could get it for cheaper, but whatever. You heard me. Yes! I mean, good call. You're a shrewd businessman. 64 coins. On the nose. Here, clean those ears out and listen here. At the store next to Piano Parlor in the west part of town, buy a dried mushroom that... It's just like the first game! Except instead of a dusty hammer, it's a dizzy dial. Make sure you buy them in that order. Dried mushroom, dizzy dial. You got that? Do that and the shopkeeper will ask you what your favorite color is. You answer yellow. See, yellow's the password for getting into Don Scumbag's oh so comfy office. You got all that? Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay. That's cute. I forgot there was another, like, buying items puzzle like the first game. Not puzzle, but, you know, secret. Ugh, it sucks. Like, I don't want to put on bug spray just to go outside for a couple minutes, but... Probably should start doing that, because, Jesus. Even for as brief of a break as that was, I got, like, a bunch of new bites. It sucks. Boss told me to look after this place. Do anything funny, I'll toss you like that. Hang on, you know what? Let's see what the new game is. Oh, Mario, that card! You got a member's card! Okay, I'll prepare the minigame you can play with that members card. How exciting. The paper game. Let's see the paper game. Okay, the paper game. In this game you have to get paper thin with ZR to avoid the wind and get to the finish. If you don't turn paper thin as soon as the wind starts blowing, you'll get blown away. If you fall off the track, you'll lose. The higher you place, the more pianos you'll win. The shorter your time, the more bonus points you'll get. So get to the goal as fast as you can. Okay, it costs 10 pianos to play, okay? Okay. Okay, stay on your toes. Good luck. Oh, I'm gambling. Only a little bit. Only a little bit. We gotta get to business. Oh, it is a big race with a bunch of people. That rules. I like that Koopy Koo was in there. Okay, I see how this is gonna work. Man, what am I doing? I should just fucking jump. Oh, I got too distracted by all this stuff. I want to try this one again. This one's cool. Oh my god, Mario, be careful. Oh my god! I thought it was... Oh, it was fucking above me! Why was that blowing me? That shouldn't hit me if it's like way up there. Oh my god, Luigi. I love it mixes in other characters. I guess this is more of their, oh shit, the power of the GameCube stuff they wanted to do. Okay, I'm noticing there's a set, like, definite pattern to it. I got first place! Only 10 for first place? That doesn't seem very worth it. I got first place and it was like nothing. Fuck that. Although if I could do it consistently, maybe, but... Okay. Dried mushroom? Dizzy dial. Hey, here we go already, mister. What color is your mustache? Yellow. Oops, what's wrong with me? That wasn't the right question at all. Let's try this again. Okay, mister, what's your favorite color? Well, you check out, you know the password. So, you must be an acquaintance with Don Piana. Good for you. Oh, that's cute, having her go invisible. You can go through the door. Go on with your bad self. There's a thing there! Kill it! How do I get that? Hang on. Sorry, sorry. Hold on. Oh, I'm blow a hole in the wall. Hey, can I give you these items? I don't want them. I mean, I might as well take it. But give me one of my mushroom fries back. Oh my god, I've got so many fucking mushrooms in here. Okay. I'm gonna cook one of these later. Hey, this is the office of the Piano Syndicate. Don't tell me you don't know that. You're no business here. Scram-a-lam! What's with you, wise guy? Ain't too jolly today. If you got a beef, spit out quicker. This is gonna hurt. Excuse me? You want me to get you a ticket for the blimp? See, now to me that's funny. You stand-up comedian? No? You ought to be. That's some nerve asking me for that. I'm Don Piano. I make crying babies. I make crying babies weep. You I should run this bum out on a rail, boss? Look at him. What a rube. You like pain, don't ya? You just looking for trouble or what? Not so fast, boys. I like this kid's gumption. He just came to talk. No, that ain't a crime. So we talk. You boys can wait till we're done before you rough him up. You got it? So I gotta assume you got a reason for wanting to ticket for the blimp. Out with it. What's that? You wanna help some broad who got herself kidnapped? And to rescue this dame, you're out collecting the crystal stars? The crystal stars? Hey boss, ain't those things in that legend about the ancient treasure? Vinny, you're such a dope. Hey boss, this knucklehead believes in fairy tales. Bite your tongue, don't listen to that lout. The treasure is as real as I am. Everybody just shut it. I don't care if the treasure is real or not, get me? Oh my god, I almost like bit my tongue again, in the same spot. I tell you, I can't help but like a guy who wants to rescue some girl he's gone gaga for. I made my decision. You do me a little favor, and you get your blimp ticket. Sounds fair, right? I'm not entirely sure I like the sound of this. Shouldn't you love the sound of this? Weren't you all in on, like, I want to do dangerous shit? It's easy. It's nothing. It's less than nothing. The thing is, my own daughter eloped with one of my young associates. They vanished. It wasn't too long ago that they did. This is another thing I thought was way later in the game. They ought to still be in town somewheres. You gotta find my daughter, Francesca, and this Frankie, and bring them both here. If you're unable to bring them here, then all you gotta do is tell me where they are. Then I shall settle this matter quickly, and what is known as extreme prejudice. Boss! We don't know nothing about this guy. You can't rely on some goofball for this job. Yeah, boss, Vinny's right. Leave it to us to find Francesca. Quiet, you! God, the expressions on them are so good. Like, isn't this all new? Like, them, like, animating like this? Isn't this shit all totally new for this version? It's cause you lugs can't find it, I gotta swallow my pride and ask this guy. Like, it's so good. It feels like it should have always been there. It's so good. Hope you don't say making complaints about my decision. You making complaints? No, boss. Whatever you say goes, boss. I don't know, I was thinking, boss. Won't happen again, boss. You're the boss, boss. Good. I'm glad we're all full of understanding for one another. So it's settled, yeah? Find my daughter and a friend. Find my pages. Then come see me. Francesca and Frankie look like this. Oh, yeah, I remember them. Just so we're clear here, if you don't find my daughter, your luck may turn terrible. What's she got to say about these? That's Tony the pianist. That guy there's his brother Vinny. They're super tight. Tony's a wise guy, doesn't mind mixing up a bit, if you know what I mean. I'm not sure I do. That's Vinny the pianist. That guy there's his brother Tony. They're super tight. Live for their boss. Seriously. They'd put their lives on the line for him. That's the boss, Don Piano. Sure what they say about power. This guy's got poise. But he's got a mean streak a mile wide. They call him the Dawn of Untimely Death. Still, he's got a really soft spot for his daughter, Francesca. Let's go find her. Can't believe this little Italian man came into my office. He hit my wall with a hammer and it made a laugh. Scared the shit out of me. Scared my boys. I hate seeing my boys frightened. They're gonna have to sleep in my bed with me tonight, or else they'll get nightmares. Alright, come on. I got one number. You did it! How happy! You won the 4th prize! Here's your rank 4 prize! I like Madame Flurry's little, like, astonished look. Yo! Life mushroom! That's really good! Congratulations to you! On your bed, Lucy. Dog's coming in here. I had to take the cat off of her bed so she could get on it. Alright, you lie down. Are there no Nokis in this game? Nokis are the shell ones, right? Congratulations to you. This is a lucky, happy day. That is for certain. Can I get in tomorrow too? I'll be waiting happily. First things first, I want to cook this mushroom. Cook for me. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about trying some of these other... Like, what if I did try to cook a Dizzy Dial? Fuck it. Make appearances in a bunch of the sports and kart games and so I just we're playing in the baseball games. Come on, can you cook? Can you make food out of this? By the way, let me know if any of the TV audio is coming through my mic. That was a mistake. And it will become a mistake. That's fine. It's all part of the grand experiment. Didn't mean to do that, but it's fine. I'm okay with doing that. Alright, Jesus, where to start? See, we're Frankie and Francesca. If they're going far, maybe they're waiting for a ship at the port. Okay. That makes sense. I forget if I've definitely asked this already, but I forget if the party, like the hint thing was in the original as well. It's not like that kind of thing where it's like, hey, do you want to just fucking wander around being like, okay, where would they be? Or do you want just to maybe check here? Yeah. That's Francesca the Pianta. She's well connected, get me? Her dad's a big boss. She doesn't crave money or power or anything like that, though. She looks for love. Doesn't that, like, totally melt your heart? People could learn from this girl. It was not, but usually you could just go to Frankie and he'd tell you. Okay. Back off, you creep. You want something? You're just, like, sidling up to people. What? Daddy asked you to find us and take us to him? Frankie, what should we do if Daddy finds us now? I don't know. The boat's coming any minute. Dollface. Maybe we ought to head back and try to talk to the boss one more time. No, Frankie, don't say that. Don't you know what it'll do to you if we do that? Francesco, baby doll. If we can just talk calm like with the boss, he'll understand. Oh, Frankie, my Frankie, don't you love me? Of course I love you, Sugar Cookie, more than anybody in the whole world. Let's go, Frankie. Let's run to the ends of the earth if we have to. A butter biscuit. They already found us out. We can't keep running forever. We can, Frankie. The more you try to put out the flames of love, the hotter they burn. Oh, you meant Professor Frankly. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense having, like, your party members offer hint advice. Oh my god, does the star on the dialogue box blink? Oh, that's cute. Until I marry you, no one will extinguish these flames of passion. No one! Don't you see, mister? I beg you. Pretend you never saw us. Can you do that? Of course. No way! What did you say to me, you terrible, terrible man? Fine, have it your way. We won't go with you. Never. I won't move from this spot. That's Francesca's boyfriend, Frankie. He's the future of the Piana Syndicate. Hard to believe, isn't it? Still, he's the #2 guy after Don Piana. I think he'd be this tough guy, but Francesca isn't eating out of her hand. Yeah, the guess again nerd is good. Like, it's just like Mario would never in a million years be like that. What should we do, Mario? We at least have to tell Don Pianta something. But that stuff about our luck turning terrible didn't sound all that appetizing. Oh, look who's come back. The proverbial mustache. You gonna brighten my mood? So, yeah, what do you got? You know the whereabouts of these two runaways? Sure do, and I'll tell you. Oh, is that a true fact? Rogueport Harbor, eh? Well done. I appreciate this favor you done for me. I'll prepare your blimp tickets. Hey, you two Nimrods. The kids are at the harbor. Now go get them. Daddy, wait! Francesca. Boss, forgive me, boss. I'm sorry. Truly, I am. Frankie. So, back you come, head hung low and with your tail between your legs. No, Daddy, don't hurt him. I'm the one who said we should elope. It was me. But Frankie said no. He said we should come back and talk to you, Daddy. Boss, listen, I don't care what you do to me. I deserve it all for being disloyal. But you gotta forgive her. Forgive your daughter, boss. That's all I ask. No, Daddy. No, no, no. I'm the bad one. It's my fault. If you're gonna punish anyone, punish me. No, boss. It's all on me. It's my responsibility. All to blame. Right here. Daddy. Boss. Yeah. Enough. Quiet. Both of you. Francesca, my headstrong daughter. You used up your last favor long ago. Oh my god, this music. And you, Frankie. You were like a son to me. This is how you repay your debt to Don Pianta? I feel such disappointment in you two. It's like a poison mushroom in my gut. Daddy! Boss! I don't even want to see your mugs again. You hear me? Get out of my sight, both of you. I don't care where. Just go. That's what you expected me to say, huh? Well, that's what I'm saying. Go. Do what you want, even if it means getting married. Oh, Daddy. Dad. No, wait. I mean, Boss. Thank you so much, Daddy. Thanks for your blessing. Boss, I'll make your daughter a happy woman. I promise you. She'll want for nothing. Enough already. Just go. Go. Francesca, seeing this happy makes me happy too. Congrats, both of yous. Frankie, this is great. I mean, this way, the way this all turned out is a bit sappy, but hey, things turned out okay, am I right? Goodbye, Daddy. Farewell, and thank you. Still here? Well, you found my daughter and got her to come back here. Just looking at how things turned out, what a complete and utter soap opera. But hey, deal's a deal. You can have your blimp ticket, like I said. Yeah! Who knew? That guy's got her smiling ear to ear. She's happy. That's good. Hey, I knew you were the right man for the job. Thanks a bunch, Pally. Now go on, get your ugly mug out of my office. I've got some intense emotions to compartmentalize. No! I give you your ticket, bub, so hurry up and scram-a-lamb. Good luck finding that dame. Because the boss is who he is, he can't let people see a sensitive side, you know? Just between you and us, you made him real happy and he's real thankful. No matter what he says, the boss was actually worried about Francesca. Alright. Glitzville time! My, we've done it, Mario. Next stop, Glitzville. Alright. That did not take us long. Oh my god, I'm like fucking biting my tongue again. The hell? I'm not even eating anything. That did not take as long as I thought it would. The side quest we did with the pit took way longer. Real quick, I just want to like run to the front and see like, are they going to be there? Can we talk to them one more time? I feel like I remember there still being another story thing with these two later. Once a great pirate named Cortez wreaked havoc on these seas, you know. People in town still tell stories about that guy. It's like a legend. The wind floats this old port. Right filthy as it is, dreams do come true here. My phone fell off something. I don't know if the mic picked that up. No matter how much I work, it seems like I'll never get filthy rich. Of course, I only got a choice. Gotta work to live, which means... Oh, out of the way, you dog crap. Move your stinking self. Yep, the world sure is full of strange and mind-warping, wonderful places, alright. What's that? Bogley Woods? Huh, never heard of them. I'd love to see them one day. Alright, enough of this. Fuck! Come on! Alright. Shit. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Christ. You wanted it. You asked for this. Discount. I feel as if I'm looking at my future self. Mega bucks, big ass house, fast cars, dining in style with a world-class chef and a trusty nutritionist counting every calorie. A team of hot yoga instructors to keep me in shape. Nurses to attend to my body. Maids and loyal servants at my beck and call. On the weekends, tan babes knocking on my door every 2 hours. Every day full of excitement and luxury. That'd be the life. Everything in its right place. It's the perfect life. It's the life for winners. That'll be my life. I thirst for selflessness. Hypocrites lusting for their own desires get killed by young rookies like me. This is how it goes down. And for the old killers, they'll croak anyway. I guess you can call this a comedy. I realize there's really nothing here for me. What else can I do but keep going? Maybe I should have been a little more careful before I jumped in. Gotta find the exit. Gotta find that exit to paradise. But I can't see it. Can't see anything. There's this sense of doom running down my spine like it's trying to suck the life out of me. I need to get rid of it before I bail. Something deeper than my instincts is taunting me. Can't find the exit. 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 No, don't play more. Don't play more No More Heroes music. It's been so fucking long since anyone redeemed that. I almost forgot I had it. I almost forgot I had that. That's how fucking long it's been. And for a game like this, I can't just keep playing the game. Like, I can't remember. Okay, wisdom. There's no limits on wisdom. What is it? What does he have before we talk to this fish? We have a fish in front of us.
Oh, and remember your fish.
That's right. There's one right here. What about?
You'll live happily in my tank. Fishing is the ultimate. Don't.
I mean, I have to. We gotta do the game, man. I mean, you got anything else?
My story ends here, but yours is only beginning. Will you accept the challenge?
I will. All right. Oh my god, everyone's redeeming everything at once. I gotta set up like actual, like automatic.
Loser!
Did you eat lunch? Since you have traveled so very far, be my guest and let me entertain you!
The time has come, and so have I.
Every time that one happens, I want to remove it. I like put it in there like, this would be so funny, and every time it happens, I'm like, I don't like this. I don't like this one. I don't like this one. I don't like that one. Let's go. Let's get going. This flight goes to Glitzville. You need a ticket to travel with us. Everything looks in order. Will you be coming on board? Yep. Please watch your step as you step aboard. That was a cute little face he had. So we're relaxing and luxurious ride to the cloudy heights. Come on, y'all hiding anything back here? I want to take this off. It's freaking me out. No, of course. Okay, nothing here. Can I jump over? No. Let's go. Now I don't remember if the balloon itself is also like a set piece. Here we go. Okay, no, we just. Oh, this is new? That little scene of everybody? That's cute. Chapter 3 of Glitz and Glory. I remember this being, like, the absolute highlight of the game. Which is kind of a shame that we're, like, potentially halfway through stream getting to it, but, you know. Don't have to do it all in one run. I imagine the chapters will start getting longer anyway. He sees it. There it is. This is chapter 6 of Barrett's? Yeah, I don't remember, like, what any individual... I mean, I remember, like, bits of, like, okay, at some point this happens, but... Okay, and this is more of what it looked like in the original game. Just this. Oh, that looks so funny with just Mario being lowered down. Looking gigantic. Here we go! Do we have anybody here who doesn't know what this is? It's honestly kind of fitting that Redeem got used earlier. My, Glitzville, I've heard that the Glitz Pit is just full of brawny brawls. I must admit the prospect of some hurly-burly gets me a touch piqued. She wants to fight and kill. Glitzville, baby! No, don't.
My wife?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Next cheap blimp is bound for the town of Rogueport. Would you like to board? No. I know you have a choice of dirigibles, so thank you for playing cheap blimps. Alright, new place. What do you guys say? Yeah, this is Glitzville. It's so exotic. It feels like we're in another country. It's like an entertainment hub that attracts visitors from all over the world. The Glitz Pit is obviously the main attraction. It's where the fighters duke it out. There's also the fresh juice shop, and the souvenir shop, and the hot dog stand, too. Let's visit them all! It's Stuart the blimp conductor. He checks tickets for blimp. Oh, yeah. He's what you call a cheap sheep. Normally don't hang out on land, but I've actually been around for quite a while in the Mario Bros. Series, you know? Oh gosh, just broke through the fourth wall there, didn't I? Sorry, just forget it. What's your deal? Why do you look normal? That's a Toad from Glitzville. I think he works here. I don't know why, but he seems to be cheering for us. Hey, more power to you. See the hot dog stand over there? Best hot dog menu of all time, no joke. Hey, but you look more into fighting than hot dogs. Are you a pro? I'll root for you. Look at this elegant Babam family. I find this floating city concept quite fascinating. Yes, it intrigues me. I wonder what sort of coinage one might shell out to build a vacation home here. That's Sylvia the Babam. She's super wealthy. She's got a real high society air around her. Even her perfume smells like money. That's Gold Bob the Babam. He's the head of a wealthy business, Gold Bobbingtons. He's got buckets of ducats, they say. I guess some folks are just good with money. Glittzville, not a bad place, if a little on the tawdry side. Perhaps I'll begin my stay here with a hostile buyout of that hot dog stand. That's Bub the Bomb. He's from a very rich family, so he's kind of spoiled. Still, kids are kids, no matter how big their trust fund is, aren't they? Daddy, I'm gonna want to eat a hot dog, and I want to eat it right now! Oh my god. They post so you can take screenshots. That's so good. No, I fucked up. Hang on. No! This is so hard. Why are you, like, baiting me? Okay. I think I got it. Coops? Don't you fuck me on this. Coops? Oh my god, is he too shy? No, there we go. Lucy, what? That's Mr. Hoggle from the hot dog stand. He's sold dogs for like 30 years. Nobody's as hot for hot dogs as him. He's always looking for the next miracle hot dog. Anyway, his dogs are famous. Nobody comes to visit here without having one. Lucy, calm down, girl. Very good day to you, my very good man. You have no doubt noticed the Glittzville's many aromas. Well, the finest of them is Mr. Hoggle's famous hot dogs. Only 10 coins apiece. May I tempt you? Absolutely. Mr. Hoggle's meaty work of art, 5 HP, 5 FP. Sounds good. My hot dogs cost me your pittance of 10 coins apiece. May I tempt you with more? I'm good. Thank you ever so. Souvenir shop. Phone booth. Can I use it? Huh? Who are you? Prank calls are uncool. Hello? No, we don't deliver. Hi, am I the 987th and 34th caller? Did I win the free tickets? Hi, brother. Luigi here. How are you holding up? That's real. That's... Again, make me think of fucking Pokemon Pure Green. They let you use, like, payphones inside the Celadon department store and fucking calling my mom and having her make onigiri. Calling Professor Oak and having him talk about the like, Pokemon Snap vehicle. Calling Blue's sister and having Blue get angry. Ooh, earthquake. Oh. Right. Point swap. Swaps hardware's HP and FP. Cannot exceed my interesting. Repel cape. To release hardware dodges, they're harder to hit. Hey there, welcome to my souvenir shop. So all kinds of stuff. We're gonna do for you nothing. This is the toad that runs the Glittzville souvenir shop. They've got great stuff here. Tourists shop here a lot, but I hear a lot of fighters do too. Glittzville hangs out in the clouds. I'll give you 2 guesses why I like it here. That's a Lakitu. He's come here for the atmosphere. Get it? Atmosphere? Ha! Anyway, seems to think jokes like that beauty are totally hilarious. That's a toad from Glittzville. She really wants to travel, but she's terrified of flying. So my question is, how in the heck do you think she got here? Ponder that! You rode the blimp here, didn't you? Boy, I envy you. I'm dying to ride that thing, but air travel makes me yak. Maybe she's just born here? One of these perverts. That's a Dugan. He's really into pro fights. Obviously, he loves the Glitz Pit. You can always tell true fight fans by how totally rabid their opinions are. Haven't seen your face around here. I know I'd remember a stash like that. Listen, guy, if you want to see a match, head on inside. That's the Glitz Pit. Hey, fighty boy! Oh my god, this silent little... That little paff. It's nothing. Oh! I fucked up the juice stand. Irrefugably. I'm not gonna try. Give me treasure. Power plus P badge. Ooh, it's a good one. I think I missed my spot I was supposed to get off. Oh! One of these, but I don't think we can... No, not yet. We're the World Wanderers, the Traveling Sisters 3. Usually. But here in Glitzville, we're the Rough and Tumble Battling and Traveling Sisters 3. They're gonna fight? Oh. Anything new to say about them? These are the Traveling Sisters 3. They seem to go everywhere together. Sounds nice, you know, traveling. Wish I had time to travel with friends from school. Okay, she has the same thing to say about them. I thought it changed at one point, but I guess it's just she had something different for each individual one. It's always interesting when you see like a fake written language. Like it's just supposed to be nonsense gibberish. But like that clearly looks like it's vaguely Japanese. But that's because, you know, a Japanese person came up with that little fake just scribbling. Come on, what do we have? What do we have? No, come on! I know you've got something here. There has to be a reason it lets me land on there. I'm gonna find it. Fuck. Come on. Where's the golden treasure? Where's... Wait! Balloons? Can I get all of them? This is so strange. Whatever. Let's check the juice shop. Hey! Don't mind if I do. There she is! Fabulous mustache. I've seen it somewhere before, I know it. Yes, Mario. That's definitely a name I've heard somewhere before. Hey there, and welcome. Our doors are always open for thirsty fight fans. Hi, Ed. Just grab a frosted juice, take a load off, and enjoy. Today's main event will rule. I'm betting on Rockhawk, no matter who's fighting him. You don't look very familiar. You on vacation? Me? I'm just like who digs on combat sports, dude. Nice meeting you. Bonjour, Monsieur de la Moustache. Do you also come to this place? Right now I am loopy with love for that ravishing creature over there. She is a sight to behold, and I saw her first. Let's get the tattle going. Oh, what's that gross guy Dupree? What's he doing in Glitzville? How annoying. One of the characters listed to those that ruined my How annoying. You don't think he thinks he's on an adventure with us, do you? Wow, this lady's so pretty. I wonder what her name is. I wonder. As far as I can tell, she's always quiet. She always quietly enjoys her juice in the corner alone. What does that mysterious woman do to become so mysterious? What a mystery. I want juice. Yep. No, I wanted to hear about the guy. That's the manager of the Glitzville Fresh Juice Shop. His name is Podler. Looks like a lot of fight fans gather here since the Glitz Pit is so close. Oh, hey, and by the way, Podler's a huge hammer fan. Totally loves hammers. Yeah? You seen this one? It's Mario's famous hammer. It's Dugan fight fan. He seems to be a totally huge Rockhawk fan. You know what I think, though? He mostly just wants to win his bets. That's a Lakitu fight fan. Apparently thinks Prince Mush is the bomb. Prince Mush must have been a pretty big deal, sounds like. Yeah, knew it. Knew there had to be one back there. Alright. Let's go on in. Gotta have flurry. Check those corners. By the way, don't forget after stream tonight, we're heading to the Discord. We're having a little movie night. That's kind of setting up a future stream that I want to use to debut the new stream setup stuff. It's gonna be cool. Fuck yeah! Oh my god! Look at all these characters. Like already, like look at this guy. Yo, out of the way, pal. I don't do stories of nobody. Sorry, move it or lose it. This is a fucking Dr. Slump character. That's a local reporter. I'm pretty sure he covers the fight scene. Such a veteran, even directs the rookie cameraman next to him. This is the Glitz Pit lobby. It's pretty nice, actually. Sturdily built, nice decor. What can you say about that luxurious chandelier except fabulous? That's a local cameraman. He seems a little flustered. I think he's new at this and makes a lot of mistakes. Just a guess, though. Move to one side, smell fry. The only thing my camera shoots is famous athletes. Alright. We're now reaching the point where this game is too long, there's too many characters. I will not be tattling on everyone unless it's like, this could be interesting. Welcome to the Glitz Pit. There's a guy over there who gets paid to say that, right? Boy, it's hard to find a guy that clean cut and responsible these days. I sigh just thinking about him. Look at the Glitz Pit. Here, savage battles go on each and every day. Hang on. If we're about to talk to Ms. Mouse, I want to see what Koops has to say. I don't think he's met her. Oh, hello, Mr. Mustache. We meet again. Oh, it's not like a cutscene. Okay. That's Ms. Mouse the thief. She's just off to exotic locales to hunt for rare badges. The fact that she's here means the Glitz Pit must have something special. Surprised she's not angrier at him. Mr. Mustache guy, where's Prince Mush? This kid is so small, but he's like the biggest Prince Mush fan I've ever seen. He's here with his dad. It's so cute to see kids and parents having fun. We're here because my son's a big fan of the former champ, Prince Mush. But looks like he's not around here anymore. We came all the way just to see him. Bit of a crying shame, really. This guy's here with his son. I can't tell if he's psyched to be here with his boy, but one or the other, it's nice to see parents spending time with their kids. What is this guy even? Sorry, Bo, but authorized people only past this point. Oh, look at that! I love that lean! That's such a good sprite. If you're looking to see a match, head on through those main doors. This guy's Glitz Pit security. Just keep watching this particular area. You can tell this guy works out all the time. I think he's buffer than the fighters. This dude looks like a Kirby character. That is not a Mario character. That is a Kirby character. Can I like blow these off the walls? I bet there's like one I can blow off the wall. Hey, how you doing, bud? I'm a freelance cameraman. I'm always after a scoop. I want to know what she has to say about freelance, man. Hey, how you doing, bud? Oh, no. That's a freelancer. He's always angling for the next big scoop. Better make sure this guy doesn't shoot us doing anything incriminating. Oh, fuck, this one's here. Oh, hello there, you big burly hunk of a man. You're... Oh my god, everyone wants Mario! I'm afraid I'm only interested in the champion Rockhawk. Toodaloo. Oh, wait. That's Toodles the Toad. Gosh, this woman knows how to dress. I'm so jealous. Even classy ladies like her to come to watch the fights. I guess she likes tough guys. This guy's Glitz Pit security. He has to keep watching this particular area. You can tell this guy works out all the time. But he's... Oh. Same for both. Is he a clone? Are they clones? Is it the same man? Both sides? Like how I said I wasn't going to scan everyone, and I've already done that again. Not scan, tattle. Whatever, it's scanning. She's gathering data. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. What glorious venue. Oh, mercy, Mario. Look there. Those two brutes are about to have at each other. I think they already are. Oh, this voice they're doing for him, for the, you know, the text. I gotta think of how Rockhawk's gonna sound. Because there's an obvious way, but then... That's right! Ugh, I think it's about time for you to feel the rock! Oof! Stay down, Pincush, you don't need more of this. Why'd you even show up? Oh yeah, and then there's like the Spike guy here. I remember loving just all of this. Like these designs, they're great. I think I love this guy because he reminded me of Tubba Blubba from the first Paper Mario, and I loved that sequence. He sounds like he would sound like Johnny Bravo with this sound effect. Yeah, you're gonna be talking wimpy. Stay out of the ring or feel the burn, baby. Tell you what, do about 1,000,000 push-ups, then come and see Uncle Rockhawk. Give you another world-class spanking and send you crying home to mama again. Hoo-wee, champ, that was a great A-whooping. Your thoughts on the match? Call that a match? Ain't there a fighter out there who could challenge me? No, no one can. Hear me? Ain't a fighter out there that could make me sweat. Yo, bone to pick? Come fight me. Bring it. I'll take on anyone. You weaklings might as well stick to video game fighting, okay? Because I'll hurt you. Yeah! #1, baby! Rockhawk is the champ! The belt. Oh my word, Mario! On that uncouth bird's belt. Is that a crystal star? Yes, I do believe it is. That wonderful sparkle is the other crystal star. See, I would have put the chapter title drop here. I would have put it here after the reveal that the star is on the championship belt. It's like, oh fuck, how are we gonna get it? Such a tawdry place to find it. Why would it be here of all places? Whatever shall we do? I don't fancy the idea of stealing that fellow's belt. What shall we do, Mario? Battle our way to the top. Oh, you darling man, I'm so happy to hear you say that. I'd expect nothing less. You're 10 times the man of anyone here. You'll be champion in no time. Yes! Let's move on then, shall we? Our next step is to become official fighters, I imagine. Ooh, my heart's positively thumping. Let's find whoever's in charge this minute. Jump down. Let's go. Don't say that! Come on. Should he come out fighting or keep his guard up and see how it goes? Tough call. Trying to strategize for the fighters is the absolute best. Oh yeah, I'm afraid you can just see them fighting, just ramming into each other out here. Yeah! Yeah! Oh hey, sorry, did I just spit on you? I'm doing a little primal scream therapy here. Grah! Hold on. Can she like tattle on these people? Oh yeah, he's the type of fan who likes to predict the winner out loud while he watches. If you're gonna make a prediction out loud, you better know what you're talking about. I think this guy does. The Toad spectator. Looks like she's here to make noise no matter who's fighting. I totally get it. Screaming your head off can be cathartic. Fun is fun at any volume. They should both be taking damage from jumping on top of a spiked enemy? You're right. This is the Glitz Pit itself. That's the ring in the middle. That's where all the magic happens. By magic, I mean brutal beatdowns. Now, you know what? I want to see what Coop has to say about all this. I want to see his reactions. I do. It's really cool. This is the kind of game where every party member, like, aside from special scenes where it brings out specific people, it always has unique dialogue. Like, okay, we wrote a line for every character available, depending on who you have out. But I would like it to like, forcibly mix it up more. But it's fine. Oh, we can see the whole ranking. Rockhawk, the Koopinator, Chomp Country, Hamma, Bama, and Flare, Craw Daddy, the Magic Koopa Masters, the Fuzz, the Shell Shockers, the Poker Faces, the Tidy Spideys, the Iron Adonis Twins, the Bomb Squad, the Punk Rocks, the Mind Bogglers, the Handed Overs, the Spike Storm, the Dead Bones, Pokey Triplets, the KP Koopas, the Goomba Bros. I can't believe how bad I bit my tongue the like last weekend. It's still fucking bothering me. Mysterious woman, can you get me a job? No? Okay. Fine. So, like, someone walking around out here, or... Oh, maybe I just gotta go talk to one of those guys and they'll let me in to register. God, it's so cool there's a Mario game with a fucking tournament arc section in it. Is that Bub? You want to become a fighter? Well, if you're serious, you better go meet with Mr. Groba, the promoter. Mr. Groba's office is just down the hallway. Can't miss it. He's being slightly more Asian instrumental is neat. I mean, it makes sense with the outside shape. Yeah, I mean, it's cool. Get on through. Can we actually hear the music yet? Can we compare? No, we gotta hold the Crystal Star from Chapter 3 and from the 1,000-Year Door and collect all the Shine Sprites from that chapter. Oh, so we do have to get all the Shine Sprites in each chapter to be unlocking this music. Okay. Yeah, I want to compare it to the original. If this one's super different. It's a minor league locker room, bub. Sorry, you can't go in there. I love that little pose they do. There's only... Hold on. What do you have to say about this back hallway? This is a backstage corridor. Compared to the Glitz pit, this is so businesslike. Security all over, so you can't just wander around wherever you want. Oh, I have the badge. It's in the shop, and it's, like, very cheap. I like, when you walk into the store, it's like the first time you go into the badge store, it is the recommended badge. And they sell it for, like, basically nothing. It's a Major League locker room, bub. Sorry, you can't go in there. God, I remember this moving up through the locker rooms. Is that? You want to be a fighter, bub? Alright, go on in. Mr. Grubb is just inside. Oh, this music. What donation to you, son? Who let you in? This is Grubba's office. Yep, that's me, Grubba. You're one rude dude coming in without knocking. What now, an athlete, huh? You wanna be a fighter? Ooh-wee, that do change a thing or two, son. I always got time for an up-and-comer. Yep, this place is packed to the gills with young fighters all primed and raring to go. I gotta say, son, you're a bit skinny for my taste, but I'm willing to give you a shot. Play me straight, son. You want to live the glamorous life of a champ, don't you? Darn Skippy. Alright, son, I hear where you're coming from, son, loud and clear. That's just a poor pup. I didn't give a pokey's patoot for fancy big city ways. But I jumped in the world of martial arts and fought my way to fame and riches. You know what I realized? Being rich and famous is diggity-dang dynamite. I can't mix it up in the ring no more, but I earned enough to set me for life. Read me here, son? Dreams do come true, even if they ain't yours exactly. Yep, that's the key, son. Dream big and you'll get big. That's the winner's way. When you make it big, you'll look back at all those small dreamers and laugh. Read me here, son? That's the spirit, Chief. Here, let's have a little walk and talk. Come on now. Hot dog on the ladder. Free hot dog up on that ladder. I have to get it. Oh my god, Rockhawk's room. With his GBA in the wall for when he wants to play fucking... Oh my god, I can't think of a single GBA game. Fake fan. When he wants to play Astro Boy Omega Factory, he goes up to his big wall. Now, do you like this? How do you like this, Bard? Just feast your eyes. Go on. This is the champion's room. Is in the sight deluxe. You become champ, son, you get the key to this room. Ain't all, of course. That's on top of the big money and screaming fans. Yeah, no doubt about it, son. Apply yourself and a life of wealth and comfort awaits. Oh, that little face he was making. Now, here we have the Major League locker room. A lot of contenders here. What do you think, son, huh? Not exactly glamorous, but it's clean and comfortable. Totally sanitary, too. Maybe old-fashioned, but I care about my fighters, darn it. Well, they got the pink GBA. I'm sure you know this already, son, but there ain't but one world champion. Pulling away to the top and taking the belt to become champ ain't an easy thing. That's the point, son. Wouldn't be worth it if there weren't no challenge. I can see you got the fire for it too, pard. You got the eye of the tiger there. You're gonna be champ. I can just feel it. I ain't never been so sure about a fighter. Oh, hey, one other thing. You gotta sign an itty-bitty contract to be a fighter. Ain't no thing. Just take a second or two of your time. Just jot your name here, okay? Sign me up. All those fighters have to share the GVA no link cable. Sad. It's tragic. They gotta take turns. None of them can battle or trade. You signed the contract. Best thing you've ever done, son. Now, you're Mario, ain't a bad handle. Still, I gotta have to say, hard. It lacks a little punch as a fighter's name. Get me? Let me see here. Bam! Hooey! I got it. For now on, you're gonna be the Great Gonzalez. Whoo! Ain't that a beaut? There it is, the Great Gonzalez. Thank you for a stroke of genius. Name that good comes around once in a lifetime. Yep, everyone will soon bow before the Great Gonzalez. Make me proud, son. I love that's the closest Mario gets to talking, is like a clear, I hate this reaction. Well, now that we got the business side out of the way, Jolene, could you come in a minute, darling? There she is! Yes, sir, you wish to see me? Sure did, hon. Jolene, this is the Great Gonzalez, our new rising star. Be a peach and take him down to the minor league locker room, alrighty? Right away, sir. Mr. Gonzalez, if you would be so kind, please follow me. As you know, you are a contracted fighter now, so you must abide by some rules. First and foremost, what Mr. Grubbus says goes. Period. You must do what he says. Also, as per your contract, you cannot quit until Mr. Grubber releases you. There are many other small guidelines that I'll explain as they become relevant. Well, here we are. This is your locker room. You're starting the minor league, of course, as you've just now started your career. If you don't like this dingy room, I suggest you work your way up through the ranks. When you're ready to fight, just log on to this computer terminal here. Mr. Grubble will then decide who you'll match up against. You'll have no say in this. Why don't you try it once? Walk up to the screen and log on with A. Then pick ranked match. Hold on. These are some good titles, I can tell. It's a minor league locker room. It's it's pretty disgusting. It's totally different from the first room they showed. The old bait and switch. I think they make it totally gross if fighters will try harder to advance. That's King K, a fighter. His shell's yellow, but I think he's just a basic Koopa. Seems like a generally good guy, Mario. Plus, I dig the way he talks. Take care of yourself, man. Don't make any rookie mistakes. Know what I mean? If you have any questions, feel free to bomb ask me. I outrank you after all. Bomb. That's Master Crash of the Bomb. He gives really good advice most of the time. Isn't it, like, so totally nice to have a mentor who cares about you? Right. Mustache is a fighter. That's Cleftor. He might sound a bit gruff. I think he's actually nicer than he sounds, you know? He's just a little shy. I do believe I'll go out for my regular stroll soon. That's Bandy Andy. He's a pervert. He's a competitor in this league, but he's never here. Maybe he just doesn't care about being champion. Use the terminal now. Don't you understand basic instructions, Mr. Gonzalez? Fuck you. Let's grab his manager, Jolene. She seems really focused on her job. She's also a bit concise and impersonal and rude. I'm just gonna say it. Alright, well, I mean, if we're gonna fight, we should have Goombella. Oh, the sound! Welcome to the automated match reservation system. What is your command? You need to know this now, but your current rank is 20th, the very lowest rank. Now, select ranked match. Oh, that sound is so good. Oh, it didn't make the sound before? That's an amazing addition, then. Ranked match. Randy Gonzalez, ready to get your fist dirty, huh? There you go, son. I got a treat for you. Your first battle's gonna be against the Goomba Bros. Don't you worry about them. They'll be a piece of cake. Just mop them up, okay, son? Okay, we're gonna get everyone fired up, though, so appeal to the crowd at least once. Got any questions about detailed rules? Just ask the lovely Miss Jolene, okay, son? Well, good luck, Pard. Okay, your battle is reserved. At this point, you must wait until security comes for you. Fighting is pretty basic. The team that drops the opponent's HP to 0 first wins. Simply winning is not enough. Mr. Grubba sets fight conditions, follow them. In this case, the condition is to appeal to the crowd at least once. Fairly easy. If you satisfy condition and win, you can battle a higher ranked opponent next. If you lose the match or don't satisfy condition, your rank will stay the same. If you get your rank up to 11th, you'll get a shot at the Major League. That's what all you need to know for now. Did you understand all that? Yep. You just made generic beeps. Okay, good. For now, just wait until security comes to get you, Mr. Gonzalez. Oh. Gonzalez, match time. Follow me, bub. Okay, security's here to escort you to the ring. Trying to get completely destroyed out there. I remember being able to, like, jump onto this and, like, Mario goes like, ow! Square enough next, folks, are the Meteorite Hardheads, the Goomba Bros, and a newcomer with a hankering for hammering, the Great Gonzalez. Used to be that if you lost a fight, you had to refight the previous fighter, and if you lost to them, you got demoted. I feel like you should still be able to get demoted. I feel like that should still be possible. Goomba Bros been waiting and getting all het up for the fight. They've been getting all fucking straight for this battle. Let's check in. How do, Goomba Bros? How are you feeling today? You ready for this fight? I like women! Ah, are you kidding, man? We're always ready to bonk a fool or two. Who's this Gonzalez rookie? A cocky idiot, that's who. Waiting just makes us mad. We're gonna teach this tardy punk how to respect fighters with seniority. I think maybe you ought to call an ambulance for him now, just to save time later. Diggity dang, fight fans, there's a Great Gonzalez now, striding on up. Tell you this, rookie's got some guts, rolling up late like he owns the place. Whoo! Okay, now Gonzalez, listen up. Let me just explain the rules of the match real quick. Have a bonk, punk. Oh, there's music. Those total cowards. Those chickens attacked us before the bell rang. Oh, this music's great. That's it. Come on, we aren't gonna lose to punks like them. Let's waste them. Quit crying, will ya? That's just a little welcome gift for the rookie. Where's our thank you? Appeal to the crowd at least once. First things first. No, you know what? Put me up front. Oh, these are just regular Goombas. I don't even need to tattle on them. I don't have the, bounce along everybody thing. But, you know what I do have? You know what I do have? Eliminate. Great Gonzalez wins. Tell me, son, what was this first taste of victory like? That fight? What a joke. Listen to this guy. He's like a poet of the arena. Tell you what I just saw, folks. A whooping. This kid's got skills. Got ourselves a new hero. Let's hear it for him, folks. Yeah, the Great Gonzalez. Not too shabby for first fight, Gonzalez. You got some promise. He's really heading out now. Go and get your fight money from Jolene. Here's your fight money, 5 coins, Mr. Gonzalez. Our ranking rose to 19. Your rank went up because you met the conditions. The next fight will not be set up until you select ranked match on the terminal. You can also check your current rankings in the terminal screen. Feel free to do whatever you like until your next fight. You have a nice day, Mr. Gonzalez. Yo, Rook, that was your first fight. I'm King K, just a Bush League scrub like you. Good meeting you, man. You look like a stand-up dude. I think I can hang with you. Hey, so why don't you meet the gang, huh? This guy here is Master Crash. Nice to meet you, Bomb. Well, now we've gotten to know each other, I'll give you advice, Bomb. As Mr. Olean was saying, you'd better, Bomb, obey Mr. Grubba's conditions. If you can't clear the conditions and win, your rank won't go up even if you win the match, Bomb. Yeah, I mean, there's, you know, some quirky speech going on, but his advice holds up most of the time. Not just sometimes, Bomb. Advice is always useful. Bomb. Right, man, whatever. Anyway, this lean machine over here is Bandy Andy. Nice to meet you. I'm not in here too often. If you see me around, say hi. Oh yeah, if you sleep in the bed over there, your HP and FP will fully recover. It's like the cushy bed in the champs room, though. Doesn't refill star power. Hey, cool. And this last guy with the sweet purple kicks is known as Cleftor. Brack! Cleftor no like make friend with mustache. Easy there, Cleft man. He isn't the friendliest guy, but you get used to him. Anyway, that's the core minor league crew. You need something? Ask us. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. You and me are gonna have to square off eventually, so good luck, man. Get a sleep going. Oh, I like the music being a little, like, wonky for this bed. Oh my god, the sound is just so good. So who's next? It's me. The KP Koopas. Let's do, I mean, no, it'd be good to have Goombella for this one. First things first. I gotta hit the hall. Because... well, I do want to save. But also, there's something crying to me here. Exhibition matches are new too, so you can fight any group. Oh yeah, that's what they did to make sure you don't, like, fail to get a tattle, right? Fuck yeah, hot dog. Yeah, hi kitty cat herder. We just did our first match. And we're about to do our second. Actually, hey God. Hey God, you think you just say? Okay, no. Actually, when am I going to be fighting the core crew, I wonder? Oh wait, we might be about to fight, this guy. Rank match. Oh boy, howdy Gonzalez, fixing for a fight, huh? Okay then, your next opponent will be... ranked 18 the Glitz Pit, the KP Koopas. Listen son, this battle, be sure to use a partner skill at least once. The crowd loves a tag team, and they want to see your partner show their stuff too. Now get in there and put your partner to work. Hey, looks like your next match is against me. Good luck, man. Both of us. You know what? If it's Koopas, let's bring my Koopa. Soften him up! Gonzalez, match time. Follow me, bub. For our next battle, we got the Merciless Executioner, the Great Gonzalez, and... Shell Machines of Doom. Yep, a fight to the finish with the KP Koopas. Trying to get in your way, Mario. Meet my peeps, Gonzalez. I told you we were going to square off, and now it's on. Get yourselves ready to battle! Well, these guys being a different color, are they going to be, Oh, shit, they are. We got to tag out. Time for a skill. They're gonna love this skill. They're gonna love to see my partner read. That's a KP Paratrooper. It's a Koopa Paratrooper of a different color. Next XP is 4, attack is 2, and defense is 1. Its attack's the same as your average Garden Variety Koopa Paratrooper. Just do the same thing as always. Stomp on it, flip it, and drop its defense to 0. Landbunk's pretty effective against it too. Come on, let's get him. Hell yeah. Super Guard. One more tattle. That's KP Koopa. It's Koopa Trooper of a slightly different color. Next XP is 4, attack is 2, and defense is 1. Looks like its abilities are just like any Koopa. So we ought to be a piece of cake. No, go easy just because you know King K, Mario. That's what friends are for. Boy, I really don't need this right now. Okay. I would kind of been mad if I got that. We're ripping through it. Get ourselves a winner, the Great Gonzalez. See? No biggie. Here's your fight money of 6 coins, Mr. Gonzalez. Your rank went up because you met the conditions. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be going. Hey, we didn't have a beat down out there, man. You beat me, straight up. Could swing the other way next time, though. You know what I'm saying? No, not really. You're nice, but you're not very strong. Sorry. You're like a start of the game enemy I'm fighting in Chapter 3. I'm sorry. Okay, who's next? Wait, no. Wait a minute. Rematch team at first cause their opponents to be... Okay, that's just... Yeah. Exhibition match fighters can choose their opponents when reserving a match. Ranking is not affecting you. Take part in an exhibition match. There are also no promoter requests. Same as... Okay. Okay, it seems like a fight money. Shame these guys are so weak. Yeah, I mean, I think all the enemy Koopas have sunglasses to differentiate them from the, like, regular NPCs in this game. Kind of like how the Goombas you fight are just naked. They don't have hats or anything to differentiate them from all the hatted Goombas. View rankings, that's what I wanted. The Pokey Triplets. Okay, we definitely want Koops for the next one. Boy howdy, Gonzalez fixed for a fight, huh? Okay then, your next opponent will be... Rank 17, the GLITZVILLE, the Pokey Triplets. Listen, so in this battle, I want you to use at least one special move, okay? Crowd needs something flashy. Catch my drift? Give him a good show. Get in there and blow the roof off, son. I don't know if that means, like, use a skill, or... It's all as match time. How are our stats? Fuck, what's the, like... There it is. Okay, we're fine. For our next battle, we got the merciless execution of the Great Gonzalez, and... Spike Terror Triplets, yep, fight to the finish with the Pokey Triplets. Okay, we can do this. Go ahead. touch us. It won't hurt too much. Get yourselves ready to battle! Alright. Oh, these are the special moves? Well then, sorry buddy. Y'all are fucked. Y'all are gonna lose instantly. One. 2. 3. 4. 5. Max it out. We got ourselves a winner, the Great Gonzalez! We did it, Mario! Wow! Here's your fight money of 7 coins, Mr. Gonzalez. Your rank went up because you met the conditions. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be going. Hey, what's cracking, G-Man? Just finished beating down some poor fools or what? You're looking good, man. The old King K wouldn't mind a little bit of your luck. Yeah, that'd be nice. Get in there, you. How many times do I have to tell you? That room is absolutely off limits. If you want to remain in our fight roster, you must follow the rules. I don't think I ever noticed you following me. Stop that too. It's creepy. If you don't obey the rules, we'll ban you from the GLITZVILLE. Understood? Again, dude, man, you're just a magnet for trouble. Sorry, King K, didn't mean to bring the rules queen in here. Well, don't sweat it, B-Buddy. Julian can take that toot and shove it up her nose. Why are you always chasing that girl anyway, man? Oh, you know, no particular reason. Now, if you folks will pardon me, I must be off. My cute little toad is working a part-time gig in the lobby. I think the lady's got a little crush on me. Every time I walk past her, she's swooning. You should always just adjust your badges and partners according to your foe, Bomb. You don't even really need to bomb. Mention napping to heal your bomb HP and FP. Right, mustache is not bad. Alright. Who is next? The Dead Bones? You know what? Let's get Flurry in here. We'll save after this next fight, and maybe take a short break. Listen, this balance should avoid using any items. Empty them. Oh, I mean, I probably won't need to anyway. Empty them pockets. Real men don't need no trinkets to help them hand out a proper whooping, you hear? Now get in there and knock some heads the old-fashioned way, will ya? Oh, that's fun. For our next battle, we got the Merciless Executioner, the Great Gonzalez, and Bone Banging Rockers. Yep, a fight to finish with the Dead Bones. Here we go, darling. Time to shine. Take the skin off your bones. Get yourselves ready to battle. Don't use items. Oh, I fucked up. We got ourselves a winner, the great Gonzalez! Anytime you care for another lesson, we'll be here. Use your fight money of 9 coins, Mr. Gonzalez. Your rank went up because you met the conditions. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be going. Energy just knocked some blocks off. Not bad, Double G, man. The real deal. The realest I've ever seen. Keep busting heads. If anyone gives you lip, you just tell them King Queso to back it up. Bizzow! It hurts! Keep quiet. My foot! You're fine. Just shut up. Apply pressure right there. Ouch! Do we have a gag, maybe? Come on, get a grip, will you? Mommy! Out of the way up there. Oh, sounds like some poor sucker just earned himself a trip to the hospital. Hey man, this is a brutal sport sometimes, you know? This stuff happens. Let's rest. Trying to go. Yeah, there's his big old nose. It's great. Alright, let's save. Let's save. I also want to poke my head out and see if there's, like, anything. Yeah. I'm just gonna poke our head out front, just see if there's, like, anything interesting that's changed in any way. Or maybe someone's, like, talking about us. Since we're fighters now. You're a fighter, right, Mr. Magic? Don't you know we're Prince Mo- Oh, shit! Oh, man! Oh, shit! Time to do Muso shit. Ah, the champ, Rockhawk. He sure has the star quality you'd expect from a champ. But you know what? Who cares? Everyone knows we're going to be the next champions. Everyone wants a piece of the rock. It's a tough life. Here's a little free advice. Try to be me. Yeah, because everyone loves to rock. That's fun. This is so fun. I love all the... I forgot they do this much crowd stuff in this game. Yeah, okay, nothing going on here. Okay, we're gonna take a little break here. Oh, I love the pineapple guy too. It's such a fun, like... A lot of just weirdos that are definitely made up for the game, right? Like the pineapple guy or Dugans. Alright, we're gonna take a break here. And when I come back, we're gonna go for probably another, like, hour and a half. We'll probably stop at, like, 9 p.m. CST. And then we'll head on over to the Discord for that movie night. Again, I'll put it in chat. Exclamation point Discord. Later, we're doing a movie night. First 6 episodes of Zeta Gundam. It's not my favorite Gundam, but it will be relevant to a thing I want to stream. And I think it'd be nice to watch some of the show together. Get a feel for it and the characters before I do a thing that might be a full playthrough. At the very least, it'll be a big special stream I've been planning for a while to break in the new stream stuff. Anyway, it's going. It's loud on my end, and I will be right back in just a little bit.
Yeah. the heavyweight champion. That's around, man, you don't wanna step to him. Cash driven with a monster's grin. All snap, let the killer begin. You got a feeling that's in the wind. It don't depend on the handouts. Getting paid from a blade while I flash out. Knock him out, get your skrilla bros. Knock him off and become a pro. As if you didn't know. The Betty's bust grows major league. And what you hold precious is only a game with me. No thing to be top rate global. Staring in your eyes while I got you in a chokehold. Loco is what I might be. But for the dough, I will strike through you quicker than lightning. It's frightening when you see my face, but by then it is way too late. One time, soon enough, I'ma make me a million. Even if the results will be killing. Fast cars when we gotta be true. Even if I gotta take out you. Soon enough, I'ma make me a million. Even if the results will be killing. Fast cars when we gotta be true. Even if I gotta take out you. As I step on the scene, right, left from the screen, man down, I'm a king. Getting green is a dream, if you know what I mean. Come and step in the ring. Or better yet, the arena. The harder the challenge, the larger the greener. No joke when it comes to mine. For the right price, set it up next in line. No money, no honey, no honey. Slim tummy, next stop, skid roll straight bummy. It's not funny when you can't survive, so you better stay paid or you might as well die. And I can help you with that. Turn around, let me hit you in the face with a bat. Stack of money is a task at hand, even if I gotta take it out your mouth, man. Soon enough, I'ma make me a million. Even if the results will be killing. Fast cars when we gotta be true, even if I gotta take out you. Soon enough, I'ma make me a million. Even if the results will be killing. Fast cars when we gotta be true, even if I gotta take out you. It's gotta end when you think about it. Population control and the game overcrowded. I doubt there's a problem with me, cause I'ma take them all out for just the right thing. Right knee, left hook, head, butt. Raw flesh, this bone's ripped up. Knuckle up if you didn't get hanged. It's not the person who was off of the chain. Turn the ladies in the cars, nice things, anything that I want. For the bling, man, I'm all on the hood. I came from little punks, get done when it comes to the Nero. I don't think that you wanna be a hero. One with the T-Roll, bond every count of the cream. It's the American dream, you know I heavily feel for the paper. Guess who's next? Don't trip, just come on shit. Soon enough, I'ma make me a million. Even if the results will be killing. Fast cars when we gotta be true, even if I gotta take out you. Soon enough, I'ma make me a million. Even if the results will be killing. Fast cars when we gotta be true, even if I gotta take out you.
I told you, I don't play when it comes to my brain. You know what I mean?
3756心は死でも曲げない志他に何割れても変わらない耳元ノイズかき消すアドレナリン Yeah 3756心は死でも曲げない志他人の死尻目に切るいるシェ痛みをシェルやらなきゃやられるだけ鉛の仮面の腐敗しは崩すまで端から端くまらでたまたま目の前に前いただけ掲げる信念この身を捧げ暴れにさらべ今だけビアラベス今さら涙がなぜか今夜荒野フルチの雨が心の底が話し出す枯れたさながら転がるタイヤのようにタイヤと切る三つ目のダイヤ悲しみが染みた生き死には死にか行きつけば自ら知りあるキラーブランニューエラーネバーエバー願えば叶うことなど皆無帰る場所は布団の中と思い込み自ら掘った穴にはまるこの罠落ちるそのマナー裏には虫かごの中
I'm back. Who is ready to fight and kill everyone? I am. I'm gonna be the strongest one in the damn world. So there's nothing going on out here, so we're just gonna head right back in. Get right back onto those fights. By the way, I just want to double check, you know, just to be safe. Everything's looking and sounding fine, right? No weird delay issues, nothing seems out of sync or getting muffled. So who is next? Spike Storm, okay. This will be new. So we absolutely want Bella. We'll probably switch to Coops. Oh boy, howdy, Gonzalez. Fixed for a fight, huh? Hey then, your next opponent will be rank 15, the GLITZVILLE, Spike Storm. Listen, son, this battle, I want you to wrap it up in 5 turns or less. I gotta deal with my best gal in just a few. I don't want to be late. Get in there and bring this puppy home quick. Here we go. For our next battle, we got the Merciless Executioner, the Great Gonzalez, and the Midnight Spike Bombers. Yep, fight the finish with Spike Storm. Come on, Mario, let's get this over with. I'm gonna spike bomb you to submission, punks! Joe's ready to battle! I love his little expressions. Were all the, like, dynamic camera movements and stuff also added for this? You know what? Tell me how much HP this guy has. That's Lakitu. Remember the Koopa clan that rides on clouds. Max HP is 5, attack is 2, and defense is 0. It attacks by throwing spiny eggs. If you stomp on it when it's holding up a spiny egg, you'll take damage, so don't do it. Spiny eggs slowly hatch into spinies, so beat the Lakitu before fighting the spinies. Most doesn't answer my real question. Where does it keep all those spiny eggs? Let's try a spin jump on it. Oh, I see. That's a spiny. Basically a spine-covered Koopa. Ugh, looks painful. XP is 3, attacks 3, defense is 3. These things have such high defense you can't even hurt them when they roll up. So when they go back to normal, do all the damage you can, and do it quickly. If you flip them over, the defense drops to 0. That's the time to take them out. Trick on them is just plain stupid. It's raising a POW block or some other item. What about an Earth Trip? I really thought I was not timing that correctly earlier. Ah, shit, is this gonna... Hopefully it'll do something. Ah, fuck! So they just straight up take no damage, though, when they're like that. Damn. Okay, Koops. You need to hit them hard. Power Smash, will that be enough? No, they have way more defense. Oh! You know what? Appeal. I should have charged. I should have tried charging here. What the fuck? Will Fire Flower work on him? Okay, it will. Good. That was close. Ourselves a winner, the great Gonzalez! We won? Cool! Here's your 5 money of 10 coins, Gonzalez. I'm gonna quit up because you met the conditions. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be going. Hey man, check this. The hot dog stand outside's getting a new menu item that uses a mystic egg. Did you know? Their hot dogs can restore your HP and FP during a match. That's some serious nutrish. I'm not sponsored, yet. Just excited about some probably amazing hot dogs. You gotta snack out on one. Oh, an egg? Interesting. Interesting. An egg, you say? An egg? Huh? Great Gonzalez. You're a minor leaguer and your name is Great? Ha! Which side you want to be? My camera settings can't process minor leaguers. No, stop that at once. This behavior is unacceptable in a foodstuff. I insist you desist. No, please, come back to me. Someone help. My rare imported egg has escaped. Please catch it. Like that big dramatic point. Wait a minute. I will catch it, but first. Nice. Come on. Ah, okay, now I see. Absolutely unacceptable to polite society! I insist you come down at once, Egg. How am I to reach you up there? Fly like a common sparrow? It's Egg. Oh, so unfair. This stinks. I really, really want to eat that super whatever dog. Rout's gonna get one. Daddy, get me one. I've done it. I'm now an official sponsor of the Glitz Pit. Simply marvelous. But what I do with my scads of cash is of little import. Best of luck to you, sir. It's the first time in my life I've witnessed combat sports firsthand. How repugnant. Who worship ogres grappling about caterwauling? I find it utterly barbarous. I couple quick coins the other day helping the juice shop guy fix his roof. I saw the weirdest sign ever up there. It's like this arrow-like thing. I bet you know, but I did a spin jump on that blue switch on the side of the bar to get up there. Oh yeah, you can always scrape like the plants. You can just like knock them over like they're the standees that they are. They flip back up. Although even the balloons are clearly like paper cutouts of a bunch of balloons. What now? You don't want to be eaten, you darling little egg? Mario, hon, what do you think we ought to do? Should we help? Let's help a little bit. Let there be hot dogs! No, let's help. Well, if that's the way you feel, Mario, I suppose we must help. You, sir, Mr. Proprietor, it looks like this egg doesn't want to be eaten. It's okay to free this poor soul, yes? Very well, fine. I suppose there's not much market for cuisine that jumps anyways. Well, that's just lovely. You're free to do whatever you like, dear egg. Farewell. Listen now, dear. You wish to accompany us, you adorable thing? Yes, this little dumpling wants to stay with us, Mario. What shall we do? You can follow us. You're all clear, little one, but do try to get underfoot, alright? Hell yeah. New egg buddy. Very good day, my very good man. You've known I was... Yeah, hot dog man, we know. Let's pose with this egg. Where'd Flurry go? Damn it, Flurry, come on. Why is this so hard? Fuck it. That's all we get. Little egg resting up here. What do you have to say about it? That's my egg. Yeah! What are we doing next? Should we say or heal just in case? God, I love hearing that sound. It's such a good sound. The Hand It Overs. Okay, that's another new one. I guess I could choose to go in and then swap characters in the meantime. Well, boy, howdy, Gonzalez, fixing for a fight, huh? Okay, then, your next opponent will be... Rank 14 in the Glitz Pit, the Hand It Overs. Listen, son, in this battle, I want you to avoid using your jump. No jumping whatsoever. I want to see a pure test of power without none of that flouncing around, you get me? Get in there and hand out a whooping or two. Alright. Come on. The egg is excited for me. For our next battle, we got the Merciless Executioner, the Great Gonzalez, and... Grim Death Burglars. Yep, fight to the finish with the Hand It Overs. You're gonna lose to the likes of you. We're awful quick, awful agile, and just plain awful. Yourselves ready to... battle! Here we go. Alright, so we got a couple types of guys here. Fuck. I blew it. this bandit gotta say. It's a bandit. This scumbag tries to bump you and grab coins. Jerk. Max PS5 attack is 2 and defense is 0. Time your guard well when he attacks, you won't be able to steal anything. Plus, look on a bandit's face when you guard successfully is priceless. Bandit steals coins for you to feed him before he flees to get your coins back. Oh, that is good. No. I'm quaking. Wait. Yeah, let's quake him. Big bandit. That's a big bandit. Basically a boss among ordinary bandits. HP is 8, attack is 3, and defense is 0. Unlike the other bandits, he'll steal your items as well as your coins. Totally weak. If you guard well, whenever he charges at you, he'll blow by without stealing anything. If he robs you, you won't get your item back unless you beat him right then. He'll run. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh no, what'll I do without that? Does that count as a jump? I don't know if that counts. Let's swap to, Coops. Fucked up. Let's kill this guy, Coops. I'm surprised they're running during a, like, a tournament. This guy, no wonder, like, I'm surprised this guy's as high ranking as he is. Got ourselves a winner, the Great Gonzalez! You did it, Mario! Wow! Use your fight money 10 coins against Mr. Gonzalez. Wait, it's not going up? It's just at 10 now? Did you hear the latest G-Man? Boss says they saw a stunning babe having a juice at the fresh juice shop. She likes juice, I like juice. We already have so much in common. Check her out for me, man. Egg, how you doing? Egg's coming with. Hey, let's save. It's Mush, the first GLITZVILLE champion. The fighter long since lost. He shone truly and brightly. Many fans still hope that he may dramatically return. Of course, I'm one of them. I long to see the poetry of his pure fighting style. I like that little pose. Oh, is that it? Bella, you got anything? Honestly, he's so pretty, I wonder what her name is. So I can tell she... Okay, this is still the same. Bonjour, Monsieur le Moustache. I wonder what flower that beautiful young woman likes. She's like a ravishing but thorny red rose, eh? If I'm not careful, I may get cut. Hey there, welcome. Doors are always open for thirsty fight fans. It's a bit out of the blue, but I really wouldn't mind being the strongest guy alive! I mean, sure, every guy dreams that once, but the thing is, I once... No, wait, never mind. Good luck out there. That's some Baki shit! I want every man dreams once of being the strongest. Gonzalez, what's up? Go knock yourself out, man. You wanna know something? The Rockhawk's actually a total coward, dude. I heard the rumor they rigged this fight with Prince Mosh to make him withdraw. Rough and Tumble battling and Traveling Sisters 3. Those Major League matches just get us so energized. Our knuckles get white, our hearts start pounding, we snack like no tomorrow. Oh, you're not actually fighting, you're just watching. Okay. Anybody else? No. Let's get back in there. You got anything to say to me? Oh well, Mr. Mustache, you're a fighter now, Well, I suppose I'll cheer you from the shadows, my sweet. Welcome to the Glitz Pit. There's a guy over there who gets paid to say that, right? Sometimes he mixes it up and says it all weird and funny. I think that's so cute. Oh, I sigh just thinking about him. Welcome to the Glitz Pit. Oh, part-time work is not easy, let me tell you. Do you have anything new to say now that I'm a fighter? Oh, hello there, you great beefy bull of a man, you. You're wonderful, dear. I'm afraid the only man who needs a champion, a super rock hop. Which would mean the minimum requirement to date me is a champ's belt, you poor thing. They should be fighting as well. I think that'd be cool. Yeah, it's Cameron here. You know that Prince Mush was a nice guy. Did you know him? I want more people to be like, "Oh, you're the fighter." Actually, think about it. Has there ever been a bandana Toad like how Kirby has bandana Waddle Dee? Oh shit! Hold on. I'm gonna spill a little water on something I don't want to spill water on. Oh, wait, I think it got caught by some plastic. Okay, I'm good. I mean, there's Captain Toad, right? Isn't that his name? You ever watch minor league fights? I do. He sometimes finds diamonds in that rough. I tell you, fans like fighters to grandstand a bit. Drives us wild. When I get a little older, I'm definitely gonna go pro fighter and make the loot. I'll be wearing that belt in 5 years max. I know it. Believe it. I know, sure if I were to avoid losing the ring. Want to hear it? Whatever. Sorry, I didn't hear that. I had some cloud in my ear. Anyway, to avoid losing, don't get in the ring. Come on, that was hilarious, wasn't it? I thought of that all on my own. Punish. Hey there, Gonzalez. How's it going? Me? I'm doing a little research. Speaking of which, ever hear of the 7 Wonders of the Glitz Pit? Oh shit, we're doing some Kingdom Hearts 2 shit. Yes, this place has rumors and secrets and spades, but the 7 Wonders of the Glitz Pit are the most mysterious of the bunch. These things fascinate me, so I wander around doing research on them. Well, so how about it? Want to hear about the 7 Wonders or not? The sealed wall, the man-eating toilet, the stairs of mystery, the haunted boudoir, the spooky ring lights, the missing ones, Grubba and Jolene. They say there's a sealed wall in the minor league locker room. Some say the remains of fallen athletes are stored there. Anything else you want to hear about? Man-eating toilet. They say in one of the arena's bathrooms a man-eating toilet lurks. Some say that anyone who sees this toilet never sees anything again. Stairs of mystery. They say there's a room in the Glitz Pit with the 2nd floor but no stairs. They say no one's ever gone upstairs. And some say that groaning voices sometimes come from that 2nd floor. Anything else you want to hear about? Haunted boudoir. They say the champion's room is haunted. Some say if you keep still in the room, you'll hear voices whispering from nowhere. Some even say the voices are athletes who've lost to the champion. Spooky ring lights. My friend's friend's friend told me this one. He said he saw a strange light leaking under the ring doors when no one was there. He couldn't see inside since the doors were locked. I plan to investigate this myself. The missing ones. They say sometimes fighters disappear for no reason, never to return. Some say the very first champion, Prince Mush, was spirited away in this way. Grub and Jolene. Grub is a strange one. His body's incredibly toned, even though he's past 60. He must have an exceptional training regimen. Then there's the matter of Miss Jolene. They say she suddenly vanishes at times. Some say fighters saw her go into the bathroom and waited for her to come out. But she never did. Huh? You think it's strange that someone staked out her bathroom? Good point. No, that's all of them. You know, it's possible the 7 Wonders are just gossip and rumors. But I've got to tell you, I think they're real and I think they're sketchy. I smell a rat behind all this, and someday I'll solve all of these mysteries. If you ever want to hear more about this stuff, just say the word, okay? I mean, actually, is there like another room in here that we can go to? Like a bathroom? Can we go in the Grubba's room? Mr. Grubba's office. You may only enter when called by Mr. Grubba. This guy's GLITZVILLE security. He has to keep watching this particular area. This guy's arms as big as your thighs, Mario. I bet he's tougher than the fighters. You can tell this guy works all the time. Base bar. Okay, so they just have a couple similar ones for all these guys. Members in your list are set up for an official match. It's a minor league locker room. You can only enter your designated locker room. Sorry, regulations. Oh, so there's like the two sides. Okay. Do you have something to say about this? It's a locked door, you can open... Yeah. I know what keys are. I'd have some insight on, hey, that's a weird door or something, I don't know. Alright. How are we doing on... Oh. Right. Yeah, oh, we need to heal. We need to heal badly. Who's next? Almost certainly something new, since I think we're kind of in a purely new... Mind Bogglers. No, might not be. Oh boy, howdy, Gonzalez, fixing for a fight, huh? Okay then, your next opponent will be... Rank 13, the GLITZVILLE, the Mind Bogglers. Son, this battle, I want you to appeal to the crowd at least once. Okay, easy. These fans eat that stuff up. A little grandstand from their hero and they go wild. Get in there and get them riled up, son. Tenderize the egg. Gonzalez, match time. Follow me, bub. This guy's GLITZVILLE security. Keep watching this. Okay. Even this guy doesn't get anything special. The egg doesn't get anything. Okay, let's do Flurry for this. Yeah, we've seen all these guys. For next battle, we get the Merciless Executioner, the Great Gonzalez, and... Gray Entanglers. Yep, a fight to the finish with the Mind Bogglers. Mario, darling, are you quite ready? Prepare to be ensnared, mystified, and devoured. Get yourselves ready to battle! Alright, got my plan. Fill the crowd at least once. Mario will handle that. And now, Flurry's gonna hit him with the Gale Force. I like the texture on this. Oh, come on! Maybe I should just kept holding it down once it was full. Like, I like the little kind of plasticky thing. Oh my god, she looks so funny when she guards. Fucking that up. Ourselves aware of the Great Gonzalez. There was no fuss whatsoever. Use your fight money of 12 okay, now it's going up. I don't know why I didn't get 11 before. Your rank went up because you met the conditions. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be going. Listen, man, keep it under your hat, but I'm thinking about retiring soon. If I stay any longer, well, my future might get shorter, you know? So after the next match, I'm gone. It ain't cool to quit and run, but that's for sure. But you know what? That's life, Double G, man. Listen, stay cool, okay? Promise you won't forget you once knew King K. King K. Rack, mustache got game. If you're not feeling your best, you must put on a bomb. Good show. It's hard when you're not into it, but that's That's what being a bomb pro is about. It all the way stinks that we won't be hanging out together anymore. But hey, that's life, you know, G-Man? Punk rocks. Oh boy, howdy, Gonzalez. Yeah. Rank 12 in the Glitz Pit. Punk rocks. Listen, son, this battle I want you to avoid swapping partners out. Gotta go through Brungya. Fight to the end, side by side. Now that's drama. Get in there and stand by your pard. Okay, well, let's do Gubella then, in case we've got a new thing. Gonzalez, match time. Follow me, bub. Next battle, we get the Merciless Executioner, the Great Gonzalez, and the Green Torture Squad. Yep, fight to the finish with the Punk Rocks. Come on, Mario, let's get this over with. This don't take long. This end in pain for Mustache. Here we go. Get that tattle going. It's a hyper bald clef. Like clefs and bald clefs, this is also a rock monster. Max HP is 3, attack is 2, and defense is 2. This hyper version can build up its energy, boosting its attack to 8 on the next turn. It has low HP, but its body is rock hard and impervious to fire, making it super tough. It says here that item attacks are pretty effective. Beat it before it goes hyper. Okay, here's my plan. I keep forgetting to use it, we're gonna charge. Oh, okay. That's not the effect I expected. Attack power is boosted. Oh shit. We're all doing it? Except theirs is way stronger than mine. Here we go. Quake Hammer with the charge. Big style on it. Charge is pretty good. Got ourselves a winner, the Great Gonzalez. What'd you expect, huh? We rock. $12 coins. Break it up because you met the conditions. Now, if you'll excuse me, must be gone. He's retired. Developing a reliable style is good, but don't forget to try new things, Bomb. That's the way you make new discoveries and really grow as a bomb fighter. Clifton can't think of criticism for Mustache. Alright, who's next? I think we're about to fight the top of, yeah, the Bomb Squad. It's fun getting to actually, like, see them on there. Listen, son, this battle wants you to avoid using any of them their special moves. The crowd's craving a nice long battle. It's simplest and finest. Get in there and don't go grandstand. Okay. Can we sleep? I guess we have just enough time to sleep. Well, we haven't been using the special moves much anyway, so this should be fine. I'm checking my egg. Yeah. Next battle, we got the Merciless Executioner, the Great Gonzalez, and Big Bomb Boomers. Yep, fight to the finish with the Bomb Squad. Alright, let's get this over with. Here we go, Gonzalez. Bomb, have advice. Just give up now, Bomb Bomb. Here we go. Or we're at least gonna make it into the major leagues tonight. I don't know if we'll finish this section before I want to call the stream, but. That's a bomb. It attacks by blowing itself up. Yeah, real smart. Max HP is 4, attack is 2, and defense is 1. The bomb will get totally mad if you damage it. They have, like, super short fuses. When it gets mad, it'll charge and explode in its next turn. That attack really hurts. And if it's mad, it'll blow up at the slightest contact, so don't attack directly. Attack it from a step away with a hammer, or hit it with something hard like a shell. Does this count as a special? Nice. Oh, I should be careful about that. That works. You got offensive one? I don't know. Oh shit, Mario! The stunts! Oh, I see. I gotta press A in the air for the spin. I think we're at the top of the minor leagues now. It's quite lonely without King K around, Bomb. No lonely. Him too weak. Now him not here. Sound normal at Cleft Door. You're in bomb denial, Cleftor. I saw you weeping in that locker. Bomb. New fighter. Well, here we are. This is your locker room. You're starting in the minor league, of course, if you just now started your career. If you don't like this dingy room, I suggest you work your way up through the ranks. When you're ready to fight, just log on this computer terminal here. Mr. Grub will then decide who you'll match up against. You will have no say in this. Why don't you try it once? Walk up to the screen and log in with A, then pick ranked match. Cool seeing, like, someone else go through this. Use the terminal now. Don't you understand basic instructions, Sir Swoop? Don't be mean to him. Well, howdy, Sir Swoop. Ready to get your wings dirty, huh? There you go, son. Got a treat for you. Your first battle's gonna be against the Goomba Bros. Don't you worry about them. They'll be a piece of cake. Just mop them up, okay, son? Hey, we want to get the crowd fired up, so do a move where you do a triple flip and meow. You got any questions about detailed rules? Just ask the lovely Miss Jolene, okay, son? Well, good luck, pard. Okay, your battle's reserved. At this point, just wait until security comes for you. Fighting is pretty basic. The team that drops their opponent's HP to 0 first wins. I love this is exactly the same. Simply winning is not enough. When Mr. Grubba sets fight conditions, follow them. In this case, the condition is do a triple flip and then meow. Fairly easy. If you satisfy the condition and win, your rank goes up and you battle a higher ranked opponent next. If you meet your rank up to 11th, you'll get a shot at the Major League. That's all you need to know for now. Do you understand all that? Okay, good. For now, just wait until security comes to get you, Sir Swoop. Hi guys. Yeah, my name's Swoop. Sir Swoop, I mean. Nice to meet you. You. Yes, you. Sir Swoop. Time for your battle, bub. Follow me. Okay, security's here to escort you to the ring. Try not to get completely destroyed out there. Forgot that forgot to try to look in these. Anything interesting in any of them? Go on. One of these has to have a star piece. Hey! Dizzy Dial. Ain't bad. Clifton admits mustache is strong. Teamwork is important, Bomb. The match is not just for your personal glory, Bomb. If you want to win, you need to know how to bomb your partner fights. Who's next? The Iron Adonis Twins. Well, dog my cats. It ain't the Great Gonzalez. Fixing for a fight, huh? Ooh, you're gonna love this. Your next opponent is... Rank 10 in the Glitz Pit, the Iron Adonis twins. That's right, you're darn tootin'. You're finally gonna make a go at the Major League, son. We're expecting great things from you, so don't go letting us down now. Now listen, son. In this battle, be sure to use a partner skill at least once. The crowd loves a tag team, and they want to see your partner show their stuff, too. Now get in there and put your partner to work. Just do an egg. Your blessing. Thank you. Gonzalez, match time. Follow me, bub. Now, today's main event. The Major League awaits the 11th ranked Great Gonzalez. You know, I'm kind of curious. I noticed, obviously, there's more people here now. Is it gradually a little bit more people every time you go up a rank? Or is it just like, there's set points where it's like, okay, now you're in this area, we're going to add this many more, and, you know. It would be interesting if every fight there was slightly more. Only if you can beat the 10th ranked powerhouses, the Iron Adonis twins. First, the merciless executioner in here, folks, the Great Gonzalez! Gonzalez, kick their iron tails! Don't you dare lose, dude! Love that mustache! Ooh-wee, the Great Gonzalez, how are you feeling? Okay, I guess. Just perfect, thanks. Like a doof. Just perfect, thanks.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, you heard that fella, folks? He's obviously itching to mix it up some. Good gravy. Iron him out. Whoa, Spike's legal? Yep, your challenger is real confident, boys. Yep, he's talking trash. Iron Adonis twins, he said, we're like paper dog face bros, and they stink. Then he said, I bet they just play video games and cry when they lose. Yeah, and then he said, Audi belly buttons running their family, stinkwads, and so on. Yep. What? How does he know my mom is an Audi? That jerk. We're gonna blend you up into a smoothie, pal, and then we're gonna drink you. Oh, and one more thing. Only smelly stinkwads call their people stinkwads. Understand, stinkwad? So we're down there, bro. You, stinkwad, you're gonna regret opening your yap, pal. See these bods? Solid iron. See these spikes? Yeah, they penetrate any substance. So basically what I'm telling you is that whatever you try will be completely useless. Think that over the very short time you have left of the functional brain. Get yourselves ready to battle! Ooh. More dramatic music. We're gonna do it! We make the Major League if we win. Get psyched, Mario! Whoa, give up now. Well, Stinkwads, you're about to learn about our skills the hard way. Let's do a piercing blow. Oh. Iron Clef? Oh, are they the same? Just... That's not Cleft. That guy's scary. Period. Next HP is 6, attack is 4, and defense is unknown? What's with this book? It says no attack will work against Iron Clefts. It says nothing in the world is as hard as an Iron Cleft, so his defense is impenetrable. If that's true, the only way to beat one is to whack it with the other one. Running away may not be a bad idea at this point. Try some more things. We've got more stuff. Let's charge up. And you're gonna swap. Friggin' flurry. Try to do it perfect. Try to do it perfect again. Can I keep charging? Oh, it does drop down. Here we go. Raising our power. Nothing's working. One more. Our attacks aren't working. Should we consider running? Probably. But first, you stay in front still. Huh, I feel like I did it perfectly that time. Piercing blow. Look at how stylish that was! Okay, we'll leave. We're gonna run. Got ourselves a winner, the Iron Adonis twins. How'd you like that? I tried to tell you, but no. So a piece of pummel pie, have a bath, and come on back, punk. Here's your fight money of 1 coin, Mr. Gonzalez. Your rank remained at 11 because you lost the match. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be going. Oh, mercy me, Mario. That adorable little egg seems to have disappeared. Look at a little eggy weggy you've gone. No. Yep. Gonzalez! Oh my god. Check me out. Thanks to you, I hatched safe and sound. Thanks, man. Oh, this theme. Oh, you little rapscallion. You hatched from that egg? Well, aren't you precious? Yeah, but who cares? You guys want to be champs, right? You want a crystal star? Anyway, I gotta repay you for saving me from old Hoggle out there, so I'll fight for you. I can hold my own. I'll swallow any opponent whole, honest. Just leave it to me. Huh? My name? Let's see. I just came out of the egg, so I guess I don't have a name yet. You seem fired up about it, so why don't you give me one? Make it cool, okay? Oh, shit. We gotta name the Yoshi. So, fun thing I know about this game from when I was a kid, because I think, like, I saw it in a guide or something. However long it takes from when you find the egg to when you reach this point determines the color of the Yoshi. Like, depending on the amount of time, like, he'll be a different color. Which I think is very fun. I'm glad that is still in here. I'm happy with the color we got. Shit, what am I gonna name him? Oh. I'm struggling to think of names right now. I got a little pink guy. What if I just try to name him Mari? I don't know if this game is gonna be like, are you sure? And part of me just wants to be like, what if I just name him Mario? When was our last save? When was our last save? Did I save right before this fight? Does anyone remember? Because I want to make sure that this is going to be like... It'll give me a chance here. But I also do really like the idea of just naming him Mario. Oh, fuck. I think I went a few fights without saving. This is tough because it's like it'd be fine naming Mario, but like I gotta see if I can think of another name. Chat, help me out. Help me think of a name. Everybody. What are we naming this guy? God, Mario is a really funny... I just don't know, like, if it'll, like, stop me. And then if it doesn't, do I want that? Do I want him to be named Mario, or will that, like... Hold on. I'm gonna check this. I gotta check this. Paper Mario Yoshi names. Yoshino. It's looking like it won't stop me from naming him anything. Okay, wait, I found it. Yeah, I found the coloration thing. Yeah, if you do it in 0 to 6 minutes, which is fucking crazy, wait. 120, hold on. Or Zeg joins the party atop the hot dog stand when... How would you do all that in 6... You have to do all that in 6 minutes to get him the green one. What did I have as a kid? I probably had the... I don't know what I had as a kid. Huh. So we did 15 minutes and we got pink. Sorry, I'm looking at the other colors right now. The black and the white ones are nice. So the white one is stupid hair. Oh, this is tough. Like, cause some game, like, I'm so afraid. You know what, Yario? What if I named him Yuan like Duan? If he's a fighter, what if I named him Yuan like Duan but a Yoshi? What do we think of Yuan? I'm thinking Yuan is good. I think I'm gonna do that. It would be so funny to just name him Mario, but I know I'm gonna regret it later if it doesn't like trigger like a you can't do that kind of thing. His name Yuan, okay. Double check there's like an extra invisible space or something. I think he's Yuan. Yuan, huh? Not too bad, dude. Not too bad at all. Yeah, I like it. Okay, Gonzalez, let's go out there and do some damage. Yoshi is now your friend. He'll answer to you on. Yoshi's abilities. Primer. Press X to ride Yoshi. Riding old baby Yoshi is so funny. You'll move much faster while riding Yoshi. Yeah! And he makes that little sound. While jumping, hold A to float through the air for a brief time. Use this ability to cross otherwise impossible gaps. Oh, so you don't go high, but you can go long. You can stop riding Yoshi by pressing X. That loses primer. You feel you've mastered Yoshi's abilities. I've mastered them. In battle, you can repeatedly bounce enemies using his ground pound move, or use Gulp to inhale enemies whole and spit them out for massive damage. Crack, Clifton admits mustache is strong. Teamwork is important, Bomb. Match is not just for your personal glory, Bomb. Yep. These hot dogs society are amazing. You can even know during a match to restore both your HP and FP. Wheel's getting full now. That's their swoop. You just got on board here. Hey, now he's the newbie. You definitely notice how quick the turnaround is when new people come in. Alright. Well, let's do a save now. We got Yuan here. What are her stats? Hold on. Oh, only 10 HP. Interesting. I thought maybe he would start higher, but... I guess not. Let's go. They get that shine up front? I have not yet. I have not gotten that yet. Oh god, yeah, we super need to rest. I'll probably try later to see if there's a way I can get it, but it felt like I'm missing something. Although I've been able to get all of them so far. Either way, I won't be going back to use it until we're done here. Let's do it. We can win now. Use partner skill. Let's go. Here we go. The Armored Harriers, yep, a fight to the finish with the Iron Adonis twins. Let me at it. Yeah, bring it on. You ready for a beating? These old George bots just can't lose. Yourselves ready to battle. Real version, they sometimes kept calling these guys the Armored Harriers. Oh, like they just would use the like an inconsistent name. That's a fun reference to that. It's us. Let me at him. We're gonna take these punks this time. Ugh, Stick wants challenging us again. He never learns. Looks like he brought some new shrimpy partner. See if that's gonna help him. Here we go. Drop enemies from above, crushing them repeatedly. Inhale enemy and spit it out at another enemy on the ground. Go. Does the yarn release when that lights up? Ouch! You spiked me right in the... That really hurt! Our iron bodies and pointy nastiness are being used against us. No fair! Oh dang, bro, has he discovered our weak points? Oh, I need to tattle on the other one. I don't know how I missed that before. That's not a clef. The green shoes mean this one must be the younger brother. Next should be a 6, attack is 4 and defenses. Unknown? What's with this book? It says no attack works against the iron clefs. Nothing rolls as hard as iron clefs. Defense is impenetrable. Okay, that's the same as the other one. Oh shit, wait, Yuan might be about to get fucked up. Okay, he's fine. Super guard, baby! Literally. Style on him. We're in the major leagues. Org. Do we have to go back to the minor league now, bro? I think I'm gonna be sick. Congratulations, Great Gonzalez. With this win, you made the major league. Now that, folks, is what they call a wild and woolly fight. A diggity-dang doozy. Keep it up, kid. You're going places, I can tell. Ooh-wee. Come on now, folks, give it up. We got new major leaguers. Let's hear it for them. Yeah. You've just been alive for 10 minutes and already craves violence and knows perfectly how to work a crowd. Gives you 5 money, 14 coins, Mr. Gonzalez. Bring the rose to 10. Rank went up because you met the conditions. And Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Grubba wishes to see you in his office. Follow me. Yeah, it is crazy, like, that they're so low ranked. Mr. Grubba, I brought Mr. Gonzalez as you requested. Ms. Jolene, you mind your manners now. We knock around here, missy. I apologize, Mr. Grubba. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it now. Now, what did I want again? Something about Gonzalez. Oh, yeah! Gonzalez, you old so-and-so. Let me congratulate you, son. Major League already, huh? And a feeling you were going places, and dang, I love it when I'm right. I love this sprite. All these sprites are so fucking good. Just keep on putting tokuses in them seats. Counting on you, son. Got a special little something something for you. Go on, take it. Was that like... Oh, 30 coins. I mean, that's okay. So yeah, something else that's been on my mind. Your costume ain't cool. No big deal, son, but hey, someday if you become champ, I'll get you a new one. Something hot pink maybe with some frills or something. You look a sight, son. Anyway, that's something for another day. Bard, take a powder, okay? Gonzalez, please follow me if you would. I love the baby Yoshi's little pants. They're so cute and goofy looking. This is a really good color we landed on. Yeah, nice room. This is the Major League locker room. You will use this room from this moment on. The match system is the same as the minor league, but the bouts are harder. I'm trying to get completely straight up there, okay, Mr. Gonzalez? Well, if you'll excuse me, I must be going now. Yeah, these guys all look a lot stronger. What's the deal? Like, kill these guys to show a little friendliness? Sheesh. Studly guy coming through. Listen up, losers. I've been here about some rising star tearing up the league. It's you, isn't it? Yeah, you fit the bill, Skinny. A mustache named Gonzalez. And I came all the way here for you? Ah, what a waste of time. Mario, you can't do that. What's your deal, Gonzalez? Huh? Oh, the champ's belt. Oh my god. Oh my god, that face. That's so good. What the? Hey, you get too close to the rock and you might... the hawk and you might get rocked. Not sure, but it definitely looks weird. I think you're right, Gonzalez. Fake. Hey, you think you just smack talk the rock hawk? I don't think so. Got some guts, called my belt a fake, you shrimpy, no belt having wimps. Did your mama teach you any manners? Oh, sorry, little dude. I didn't mean to rip you. You're on your big bad belt. Stop making fun of me, punk. You're alive only because we ain't in the ring right now. I'll see you under those lights. I'll tear you apart. Remember the rock. Rockhawk's got a cool design. I really pushed that dude's buttons, huh? Well, forget him. We got a problem. Your map pointing to GLITZVILLE, right? That dude's belt has a fake crystal star on it. Now where the heck is the real one at? Oh, is that your mailbox SP going off? Who did you get an email from? I'm trying to recognize what this is. Is this from Luigi's Mansion? Is this going to be like EGAD calling me? Or sending me an email? Oh, it was just a mysterious thing. If you want the crystal star, heed my instructions from X. I guess this X dude, he talks like he's the man to see about that crystal star. Why would he want to help us out, though? This whole deal seems kind of whack. Gonzalez, even if that belt's a fake, I think we should try to take the championship anyway. It's the best way to find out what's really going on here in the Glitz Pit. Pretty tough, baby, but you're gonna have to power up to win here. Hey, where'd you get the hammer? You're buying my style. I'm the hammer guy. I'll be the champ someday, you bet. Huh? That's right. Just like the big legendary champion, Prince Mush. Destroy the foe before you. That is the only concern of a true warrior. I've always loved these guys. I've always loved this design. The armor troopas. Yo! Power punch! That's a good item just find in there. Gotta check them all. Ice Storm. Shit. Fuck. No. Oh, toss this. I like that it actually just goes on the ground. You know what, Mario? Eat this. Eat this now. Occupied. Let's heal. Let's heal and save. Alright, so we got another... We're gonna go for another, like, half hour, I think. Let me... Yeah. Wait a minute. Oh, no, it's 8:53. My fucking OBS messing up on me again. I thought we had, like, another half hour to go, but... Time just wasn't up there. Hey, closer to the save point. I like that. Alright. Let's do one match and then call it. We're gonna do one match, and then we're gonna move to Discord for the movie night. Wings of Night. Tiny spine. Hold on, wait. Can I fight the guys below me? If I was to take part in exhibition matches, first hear an explanation of the rules. Choose. Okay. Yeah. We read all this earlier. Let's do this just so we can tattle on them. Next battle, we get the merciless execution of the Great Gonzalez and the sleepy stealth scythe. Yep, a fight to the finish with Wings of Night. Never can lose to the likes of you. Teach me, oh master. Oh, that's cute. When you're a higher rank, they have different stuff to say. What if they're actually going to be kind of strong since they're, like, not someone we had to fight to get here? That'd be funny. Let's see. That's super. I bet they call it that because of the way it swoops around. Wow, that's some awesome naming work. Seriously, it's pure naming genius. So anyway, HP is 6, attack is 3, and defense is 0. It says here it hangs from the ceiling. You can just damage it, it'll drop off the ceiling, then you can whack it. Wow, a lot of experience from these guys. Shoot. Darn. Oh, I'm fucking up. Okay, got one. Can we get that final perfect? No. $20 XP? Oh yeah, I should go talk to the reporter, shouldn't I? We got ourselves a winner, the Great Gonzalez! Here's your 5 mini 4 coins. I can't tell if that sounds different. That might sound slightly nicer, but still a little off. I don't know. Mention the reporter. Good call. Let's go see what's up with that. Now that we are a major leaguer. This might not be the fastest way out anymore. No, it's probably closest. Hey, Green Mustache, you're like almost as strong as Prince Mush, huh? Yo, we got a poster! My son sure looks like I watch you do your thing in the ring, that's for sure. Your new partner's also quite good. What's his name? Yuan? I'm a big fan of his now. Hey, Greg Gonzalez, right? I'm a huge fan, man. Go right in. Anything new now that he's a fan? No. Whoa, wait a minute. You're Gonzalez, aren't you? Let me take a shot. Yo, Greg Gonzalez, 2 questions. How are you feeling today, and if you were a soda pop, what flavor would you be? Perfect. There I am. There I am. There he is. Look at the glitz pit. There's a guy over there who gets paid to say that, right? Like when our eyes meet, my heart begins to race. I sigh just thinking about him. Welcome to the glitz pit. Ow, I bit my stupid tongue. No one know. Oh, Mr. Mustache, you made it to the Major League, have you? Okay. That's so funny that if I get pushed, the thing gets moved. I'd keep a whisker tweaked, love. Something stinks here. It's not a ripe cheese. Called a thief's intuition. Better safe than sorry, my sweet. Hello there, you hardy, heroic he-man of a man, you. You're lovely, dear. I love her voice. The gossips have that you've made some headway in the Major League. Now you can beat Rock Hockey, poor thing. You're simply too stringy. The only man for me is the one wearing that shiny belt. Toodaloo. I'm taking a look over here. I don't know how to get this yet. Oh my god. Okay, well that... Figured it out. Okay. Remind me to use that next time. Remind me to use that next time. I would do it now, but I think it would take just slightly too long. Wait! We can go fast. Okay. This is where we're gonna end the stream. I'm going a little later, but it's fine. We're just doing something afterwards. It's no big deal. We're gonna upgrade this guy real fast. Love his voice, love his little face. Just bored and already about to be powered up. Fly me down. I like this flight music. It's really nice. Oh, I love that effect. Just flip it. Just flip the thing. Alright. Just fucking drifting. Speeding. It's very nice to be able to go faster now. Right, this is all gonna be the same. It feels weird. It feels weird going back here in the middle of a chapter. But we got a thing to do, so. Make my baby boy stronger, please. Oh! I need 3! Okay. He needs more to get upgraded. Is he just, like, flat out stronger? Interesting. Put me on board. Yep. My third time flying today. They gave 3 for each upgrade before, but they made the early ones cheaper to account for quantity. Oh, okay. I see. I assume there's like just enough in-game to fully upgrade everybody. Unless there aren't, or there's extra? If they changed it, that's interesting. Alright, we're gonna do one match. We're gonna do one match, and then we're gonna call it. We're gonna head over to the Discord. I need my son to carry me everywhere. Oh, the sounds are so good. It's a minor league locker room. You can only enter your designated locker room. Sorry, regulations. Alright, let's do it. The tiny spinies. Oh boy, howdy, Gonzalez fixed for a fight, huh? Okay then, your next opponent will be rank 9 in the Glitz Pit, Tiny Spinies. Listen, son, in this battle, I want you to avoid using any items. Empty them pockets. You normally don't need no trinkets to help him hand out a proper whooping. You hear? Now get on in there and knock some heads the old-fashioned way, will you? Okay. Right away, we gotta have our tattle. Let's hurt this guy a little bit. Pass the time. So it's time for your next match. Come with me. Oh yeah, he's not saying Bub, he's saying Mr. Gonzalez. Next battle, get the Merciless Executioner, the Great Gonzalez, and Thorny Demons. Yep, fight the finish with the Tiny Spinies. I wish they'd have new dialogue for the Major Leagues. Whee, it's gonna be fun poking fun at you. Yourselves ready to battle! Alright, no items, that'll be easy. It's a red spike type. It's the most well protected of the Buzzy Beetle species. Max HP is 5, attack is 3, and defense is a whopping 4. Yup, this guy is hard! It has a really high defense, and fire and explosions don't hurt it at all. If we can just find a way to flip it over, its underside is a defensive 0. That spike, what a pain. There's gotta be a way to flip it over. Well... Oh, it said no items. What am I doing? Quake Hammer? That did it! Not enough, though. Oh, nice. Great, another bingo and I don't need it. This was an easy one. Getting a lot of experience from these guys now. Got ourselves a winner, the Great Gonzalez! Find me 15 coins, Mr. Gonzalez. Rank went up because you met the conditions. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be going. We're in the top 10. I think maybe I could use a power-up or two as well, because I ain't going nowhere. One's posture in battle is forged by one's actions in life. Remember this. Oh no, man, this hammer was forged by my grandpappy. Don't think a new model like that can stand up to a vintage heirloom like this? Have a super hard shell and a super hard spike. Yep, I may be small, but look out. Alright. Let's heal. Let's save. I like forgot I was holding the stick and it felt like Mario was auto-walking to the save point. Alright, well, that is where we're gonna call it for tonight. Thank y'all so much for coming out to watch, but we're not quite done yet. Sorry about the bad noises, moving the mic there. We aren't going to do any raid tonight because we are right after this. Link is going to the chat now. Going back to my Discord, have a little movie night. We're gonna watch the first 6 episodes of Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, the first sequel to the original Gundam. So it kind of ties into a big stream I've got coming up, possibly even next week. Big game I've been kind of saving for the special occasion of breaking out the just recently finished new stream setup stuff. So we're gonna watch, you know, the beginning of that show. Should be fun. I'm curious to see what people think of it, because like overall, I honestly didn't like Zeta Gundam that much, but it's got some stuff I like. Really like the protagonist. Y'all are gonna like Camille. You want to see a little fucking just feral nightmare in a good way of a little autistic boy. Camille is a delight. He's wonderful. And yeah, and we'll be playing a game connected to this very soon, and showing off some very nice new stream stuff. It's gonna look a lot nicer. So yeah, we're gonna head over there for that. Thanks for watching tonight, and I hope to see y'all for the movie night. Oh yeah, one other big thing this Sunday, Deadly Premonition Return to Greenvale finale. Gonna be huge. It's literally kind of the it's gonna be the night this entire playthrough was about, you know? All the best and all the worst shit is gonna come up in that game, all in the end. Everything I've been scared of seeing again. And I'm also excited to see again. It's a mess, and you will see why if you are not familiar with it. And all those VODs are up on the YouTube channel. ! YouTube if you want the link to that, but it's also just, I think, below on the Twitch page. Alright. Well, that's enough rambling. I'm gonna head over to the movie night. We'll probably have a little short break to let everybody settle in and get ready. You know, I need to grab some food, but we're gonna head over there now. So, thank y'all very much for coming by. This was a lot of fun. I definitely gonna try to get right back to this soon. Not sure when the next Paper Mario stream will be. I mean, I don't want to promise anything for tomorrow. That's unlikely, but you know, this weekend's gonna be busy. But then next week, we'll you know, definitely get back to the Glitz Pit and finish it, because it's such a... even though it's just like, oh, you're just doing fights, it's so cool. It's just cool there's like a tournament arc thing. It's cool. I like it a lot. Anyway, we're heading over to Discord now. I'll see you. Have a good night.
2010.